Get this ragtag bunch of reporters in order here. Morning, everyone.
You guys good? All right.
Take your time. I'm early. I was supposed to be at 11.
Well, Jack front right here. Obviously, it's been a little bit since we last saw you, so I guess how's life been? How's camp and just preparation for this fight in general?
Yeah, camp's been really good. Life's been really good as well. Just take it day by day, but I had a really good camp. I feel like we've prepared. We've got a good game plan. I think it's a great fight. I know you guys are probably more into the style matchups than the average fan would be, and I think this is a great style matchup, and that's why we're headlining the prelims.
I remember before the Perth fight, you said you could change a little bit of your camp leading up. It was kind of like a 16-week camp with like a little bit of break in there. Did you do that again for this camp?
No, I didn't, because I had sort of residual fitness and I wasn't worried about rehabbing the elbow and kind of hitting benchmarks there. So I probably did a little bit longer than I normally do, but still more so like back to that 8 to 10 week without the breaks.
And I know you wanted that Gavin Tucker kind of rebook, and you even wanted to fight in Canada, but now you're fighting later day against a different opponent. So I guess, were you happy with the name when they came to you, or did it really matter when they offered you Sydney?
Yeah, honestly, at first when they offered, I didn't know Gabriel, and I hadn't watched any of his fights. So I was a bit disappointed because, I thought after the last performance I might get some brand value or name value in my next fight, be that a Barboza, someone around that mark. But that didn't eventuate. So as soon as I was like, yeah, I'll fight Gabriel Santos. As soon as I started looking at him and I watched the Lerone Murphy fight and I watched his David Unamar fight and the fight with the guy who won Road to Asia, I thought, this guy's he's a top 10 talent. He just doesn't have the number next to his name. And I believe I'm a top 10 talent who doesn't have the number next to my name. So it's a great chance for both of us to come out here on a big pay-per-view that you could say maybe lacks a little bit of star power, right? And we got a vacuum for that. So there's a void there, and I think either one of us could easily step into that role and sort of fill that star power on the card.
So when you do break down, what stands out to him from his skill set?
Look, goes well in both stances, checks the calf kick well. He calf kicks better when he's in southpaw than when he's in orthodox. I calf kick better when I'm in orthodox. It's going to be a mind game. I think every minute the fight goes on will suit me better.
And I'd have to ask, because we don't normally get a lot of prelim fighters at these media days, but do you feel like the UFC is behind you because, another big card? I know you want to fight in Edmonton, but fighting on a pay-per-view in Sydney seems like a bigger deal for just you and the country as a whole.
Yeah, it's a massive deal for me. I think, like I said, the UFC doesn't make, they have plans within plans. They don't just do things for no reason. And there is a lack of, we don't have a Hooker, we don't have a Kai Kara France, we don't have Adesanya, we don't have a Volkanovski, we don't have a Bam Bam, we don't have those guys on this card. So the UFC is giving us this opportunity and saying, step up, be the star you want to be. And I fully intend to fill that void.
Are you wearing a Troy Bolton shirt? I just noticed that.
Yeah,
why?
Troy Bolton, get your head in the game.
Why Troy Bolton?
Oh, just a little bit of, I'm a millennial, you would say, and grew up on High School Musical, so you got to keep it where I grew up.
Just last one for me. Did I see you get your black belt too between? So what was that experience like?
Yeah, it was great. I got to go back to my first jiu-jitsu coach, Heath Addard, and me and my brother both got our black belts from him, and that was a really special day.
Yeah, Jack, just over here to your left. Do you think the UFC's push of you matches your performances so far?
Yep. Yeah, I think they've been about spot on, giving me tests when I've performed well. The first couple of fights, I think they just throw you in there. So it's like, here's Don Chanis, and then here's Jamal Emmers. Performed well there. Then it was Chepe Marisal. Obviously, that one didn't go my way. And then, Herbert Burns was late notice, so you could say that they were trying to push me a little bit with the Tucker fight. Herbert Burns wasn't so much that, but he stepped up on short notice. So, and now they obviously, they know how good Santos is. So this is a test for me to go get past this one, and we'll throw you some bigger fish.
I think there's 3 debutants on the card. Did you think you'd become somewhat of a veteran or like a leader to Australians so early in your career?
Yep.
And finally, mate, I just want everyone to know, do you really enjoy watching your own highlights?
Yeah, I do. I think it's probably the first time as a fighter that I've been on TikTok and scrolled past and seen like a stranger who made an edit of me, and I'm addicted to them. I love watching my own edits. There's one somebody made with the song Akon Lonely, and I just was like, this edit slaps. So thank you to whoever made those edits, and keep them coming because I love them.
Good to see you again. When we saw you in Perth, it sounds like you might have been a little bit frustrated with perhaps the fighting style of Herbert Burns and how that fight went down. It sounds like you're not at all worried about that against Gabriel Santos. Would that be correct to say?
Herbert Burns and Gabriel Santos probably couldn't be further apart in terms of how they go about fighting stylistically. Gabriel Santos is on the front foot, comes forward, throws hard shots, mixes his grappling in well. When he does grapple, he doesn't rest at all. When he's on his back, he's not taking a breath. He's swiveling his hips. He's going for arm bars. So there's just no comparison between the two fights. I just think, like I said, every minute that this fight goes on, as I'm downloading more and more information, I'm going to be able to find a hole.
Yeah. And it sounds like that is making you much more excited for the fight, especially if it does end in sensational fashion. Sky's the limit for you in terms of next fights.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm new to the UFC and that sort of thing, but I'm 31. I don't have, it's been hard to get fights. I wanted to fight again last year. I don't have all this time up my sleeve. My body's in really good shape. So while I'm 31, it's not like I'm pushing time clock where I need to go, but I don't want to wait around. Like you got to step up. You got to put on big performances. That's what the UFC rewards. So this is a perfect fight to be able to do that.
And on that, do you have an ideal number in terms of fights that you'd like to have this year, including this one, of course?
It's not a number of fights, it's a number of zeros in the bank account. So once I've got enough money to retire and open a little racehorse stable and breed horses, that'll be good enough for me.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
G'day, Jack. Is that horse stable you're going to be breeding down in Timaru, where Farlap's from?
No, it won't be over in New Zealand. Probably be somewhere out in the Macedon Ranges in Victoria, I would think, but I like keeping those New Zealand bloodlines coming in, though.
So far in your UFC career, you're only had one fight outside of Aussie. Do you reckon you're in deep enough now that you might just try to keep the streak going and see if you can do your entire career only fighting an Aussie?
No, I think I said it after my first fight in the UFC. In my post-fight interview, I said that I wanted to get to the US because that's where the big market is. They love putting me on at these shows because it's easy to sell a heap of tickets when you can announce a prelim fight that gets attention from the local fans. And Australia is one of the biggest pay-per-view buyers per capita in the world. So, they like leaving me here, but I'm fully intent to get over to the US and get on some big shows over there this year.
And you sound very prepared and researched on your opponent, but how much of that advice has come from your researcher and old mate Ben P?
Nah, nothing from Ben P for this one. It actually got a little bit overwhelming because once you open the floodgates and say that you read all your DMs and that you get you got advice from a guy, I've probably had 500 randoms, people who don't even have anything to do with fighting, just being like, hey, this is what you should do, this is what you should do. So it just became a bit much. And like I said with the Ben P thing, it was a cool story and 100% true, but my coach had already identified the way we were going to go about that fight. So it's no actual difference for me, but no more advice from the outside.
And I've noticed you've got a seemingly special relationship with the Tafa brothers, where every single card you've been on, one of them has also been on that card. Yeah, 100%. Well, I grew up playing rugby union in Victoria, and anyone who grew up playing rugby union in Victoria spends a lot of time around Islanders. I was probably the only Barlungi on the team. So, special affinity with those boys. They're like big bros to me, the Usos, and I love being on the cards with them. Yes, and love the shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more in the front right here. I think I saw a video of you said, the injury made you better to your elbow, and you said now you look to dominate rather than win, I think was your exact phrasing. So I guess how do you see this fight playing out? What's the headline read after this fight?
The headline reads, Firejack makes case for top 10 fight with dramatic finish in the second round. Thank you.
use a microphone.
Well, Tatiana, if I'm right here. I feel like since you won the Ultimate Fighters, we've been waiting for this fight week where you fight for the strawweight title. So I guess now that we're only a few days away, I guess what are the emotions now that, like I said, the last, 8 years we've been asking you, like, how far away are you from the title, and now it's finally here?
Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm just excited to be here. Sorry, I rushed over here because I was late. I'm so sorry. Anybody who knows me knows I'm just in my own world. But anyways, so yeah, no, I feel great. I'm just excited to compete again. I love competing. I love fighting. I mean, I love everything about it. As much as I'm not a big fan of media, I even love doing the media just because I know that it's part of it, and I'm excited to just be here and have the experience, because these are the experiences I'll probably talk about to my great-grandchildren if I live that long.
Have you heard, fans label you, the uncrowned champion for so long, even when you were on the shelf recovering? Did you hear those talks, and did it ever, not bother you, but just be like, I'm getting there, just you don't have to crown me just yet?
Yeah, it is. It's for me, I'm always about proving things, So I know people say that and they see my ability and they see how great I am and stuff like that, and it's very flattering. But yeah, no, I was just. It kind of is one of those things where now I just want to go do it. You know what I mean? So, and that time is now. So I thought it would be years ago. But my time is now. So just excited to be here, and what better place to do it in this beautiful country.
Well, I was going to ask, if you hadn't, gotten hurt with the neck and everything, do you think you already would have won the title by now?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so, I think at the time, maybe Joanna even had it. So I would have had the opportunity to face her as well. And, then even maybe Rose, because she was in the mix then too. Now she switched weight classes up. So yeah, no, I had but you know what? Now I can go ahead and still face someone who actually beat Joanna twice. So it's not, you know what I mean? I could still kind of prove that, you know what I mean, here and even a few years later, so.
Well, kind of going off of that again, when you broke in, Joanna was the champ, like you said, and then Jessica Andrade won, Rose won, and Weili's got it back. Do you think Weili would have, just breaking down all those past champions, that she's the hardest test for you as the champion, as opposed to all those other champions that you saw carry the belt in strawweight?
I mean, right now she's the best in the division. I know she lost to Rose twice, so I know for a while I was I want to fight Rose, and she was probably Tatiana, stop saying my name, and then she switched weight classes, and I'm okay, I'm done. So it's now I'm just focused on Weili, or Zhang. I'm sorry. I think, what's her first name?
Everyone calls her Weili, but I think it's Zhang Weili.
Oh, okay, so her first name is Zhang.
I think they flip it.
Okay, yeah. Well, because I'm on Sure Dog it says, no, shit. So, yeah, no, so Zhang, yeah, I don't even know what I was going to say. I'm sorry. I lost track because of the name thing.
And I know you said, I think I saw an interview where you said you don't really view this as a striker versus grappler fight.
No.
This is just an MMA fight. So
Absolutely.
What do you make of Weili's last few fights and just her skill set all around?
Yeah, I think she's a great champion. I mean, I've said this multiple times, all throughout the week. She's a great champion. She's everything that a champion should be. Humble, confident, go-getter. She doesn't use, so for me, I'm all about hard work. I don't use other things to promote myself. You know what I mean? I've always been super, super respectful of myself, and I don't have an OnlyFans or nothing like that. I'm using my hard work, and the reason why is because I want to be looked at as super respected. I want them to be she was an amazing champion. All she did was work hard, and things came for her. She didn't use other things to promote herself. So for me, that's really respectable of Weili. That's why I respect her as a champion. When I've seen her, when she was gonna fight Jan, I'm hey, what's up, champ? But I'm the real champion, and I'm gonna prove it Sunday.
Just last one for me, going off of that again. I think you used the phrase we don't break, we break people. Do you think Weili has that in her? Do you think you can break her? Or, you've seen her fight. She's had fight of the year. She's bounced back too. So do you think you can break her in there?
Yeah, I mean, I think I could do that to anybody in the world. I think that, I'm super relentless. I keep going. I have a really good gas tank, but the thing that separates me from, I think, a lot of people is just, like I said, my relentlessness. And my wrestling is just second to none. I think that I have a series of attacks that I'm very good at, and once I start flowing, it's very, very hard to stop me. And even in just grappling in general, they think that they're safe, and then they're all of a sudden they're in a choke. So that's definitely my best attribute is I've been grappling since I was 3 years old. I've seen that, she had said that she had a lot of experience, but I also have experience in combat sports since I was a really young girl, and I carry those over to now, today. Yeah.
Just over here, Tatiana. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. Who do you consider to have been your biggest challenge so far? What was your most challenging UFC fight you've had up until now?
I don't know. I feel like they all have had their challenges. I know that a lot of people are like, well, you make it look really easy,
Yeah.
And so, I think for me, I guess I would say probably if you look at on paper, my biggest probably challenge was Nina, because I had a 3-round fight with her. It's one of my only decisions that I have. I only have a few of those. So I think that would probably be my biggest challenge. And it was really hard because I was going through it with a neck injury and stuff. But it kind of sucked because I had been healthy all year, and then the fight was booked, kept going, and it was postponed. And so I was healthy for an entire year, and then I got hurt 2 weeks before my fight, and I'm like, what the, that just super unfortunate. But I got through the fight, I still won, and so I would say that one probably, just because I was facing other things, and she was a tough opponent too.
Right. And in your preparation for this fight and watching footage of her and training for her, does Zhang Weili feel like the biggest challenge you will have faced so far?
Yeah, just because of her credentials, she has great credentials. She's a hard worker, and I just look forward to going out and competing and facing the biggest challenge that I've had to date. And I think that about every single fight. I think they're the best fighter that I've ever fought. When I was about to fight Alexa Grasso, there was just clips of her slamming people and KOing them and stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, well, we'll see about that. Mm-hmm.
Tatiana, just wanted to bring up an interesting fact here. You and Weili are tied for the third most takedowns landed in UFC women's strawweight division history. Now, obviously, Mike Bond's not here, so I have to bring up the stats. What do you?
You're what?
Mike Bond, he's the stat guy, but he's not here. So he sits in the front, so I've taken his mantle. What do you actually think of her grappling? How would you rate it?
I think that she has good grappling. Like I said, that's why when he had asked about the striker versus grappler, I don't see it as that. I think she does. She grapples every single one of her fights. She's grappled, except. No, I think she's literally grappled every single one of her fights. So I don't see her as just a striker, you know what I mean? And then that's why, I think that it makes for a great matchup. You know what I mean? It's not I don't know. Sometimes I think grapplers against strikers kind of seems like you're just oh man, this is kind of lame. Because either it's there's just the grappler is just holding them down and that's all they're doing, or you know what I mean? So sometimes it can be not too fun of a matchup, but when you have people that are just really going at it and the whole aspect, then it becomes a super fun fight, and that's why I think that it's going to be a really great fight.
When you see her break down her last fight and talking about that she went away from a game plan a little bit and she sort of had a little bit of a lapse towards the end of the fight, she was able to listen to her coaches. Do you see an opportunity in the mental side of things? Because you've always been someone that's followed a game plan, stuck to it, really focused on what you're going to do, but she's notoriously had some issues in the past, sort of sticking to her own game plans and some issues with sort of staying focused in certain parts of her fights.
I don't really put too much into that stuff. I just kind of go in there, I do my thing. I don't even think of my whatever I'm doing out there as a game plan. I think I literally just go out there and like because I train the way I train, that my instincts just take over. Like I was watching my fight with Andrade, and I remember like going for the guillotine, and I literally felt like maybe somebody else was doing it. Like that's how like I guess you would say like natural it is, because I grapple so much, I do so many rounds that at that point it just becomes like innate, you know, and very natural. So yeah, I don't know, I don't think about like her game plan or my game plan. I just go out there and I go, I'm gonna go win. Yeah.
Hey Tatiana, just over here to your right. I'm right in the back. Apologies. Over here.
Oh.
How you going?
I saw you had a question earlier, but
that's all right. No, it's all good.
Yeah.
Welcome to Sydney.
Thank you.
First question that I had is, you know, we've talked a bit about grappling. In a recent interview, you mentioned that you see this fight ending in your favor through a submission. Without giving away your secrets, do you have a specific submission in mind, or if you don't want to answer that one, what might be your favorite submission to use in a fight?
Yeah, I just have an array of submissions. That's why I think that I can get a submission, because I am very good at submissions, and I have a lot of them, you know, different variations of it. As you saw, like even in my Ultimate Fighter, I mean, I did a Darce, and you know, it was kind of a combination of like a Japanese necktie as well. So like I have so many things. Like there's a lot of people that are like, oh yeah, you see women's MMA, you see a lot of like rear naked chokes, you see a lot of arm bars, you see a lot of these submissions, but like I'm a specialist when it comes to choking people out. I mean, I even have like earrings that are guillotines because that's how much I love them, you know. So but yeah, no, I really, really like, I mean, the reason why I am so good in the front headlock and the reason why my squeeze is so good is because I've been doing it for so long. Even when I was wrestling, you know, I did front headlocks, I did like a lot of pins. Like when I was a young girl, I was like 8 years old, and you know, I did like a gator roll, which now you could turn into an anaconda. But I did it then, and the young boy tapped out, and they're like, does she win? Does she lose? I'm not really sure, because it's illegal in wrestling, you know? And they're like, I guess she wins. So, yeah. And
recently as well, you spoke about you needed to learn patience, and that's something that maybe you haven't always been good with, especially coming back from your injuries. Has that changed how you've approached your fight camp and just, you know, fighting the UFC in general?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I guess I don't know if it's like changed like my training or anything. I know that I'm just very like, because of my injuries and stuff like that, I've had to like be very, I guess, picky about the people that I go with and make sure that I trust them, and there's no egos in there, so that I can actually make it to my fights. But yeah, patience for me, I think that, you know, the universe always gives you what you need, and I think that that's something that I've had to get better at. And so for me, you know, I guess that's something that they gave me, the universe says, you really, really need this.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to get a prediction for the main event. Who do you think wins that?
Yeah, of course, I'm going to have to go with my teammate, Sean Strickland. You know, I think that he won the first fight, so I'm rooting for him. And, you know, I actually have known Sean for like 12 years because we started off at Millennia MMA together. So, you know, me and my fiance watched Sean win his world title from our couch, and we were both super inspired, you know. And now we're going to be watching him in the same arena, and I'm going to also win my world title the same day.
Tatiana, this is the farthest you've had to travel for a fight so far in your career. Has accounting for the jet lag and stuff been something you've had to work into your training, and do you think it's going to impact how things go this week?
No. I've been here since the 27th, so I accounted for that just in case, you know. Like I said, like I don't have like as many fights as my opponent, but I have the experience in being a high-level athlete for a very long time. You know, I was going to world competitions starting at 15, you know, all over the world. So I've trained all over. I've even trained in China for almost an entire month, you know, for world competitions and camps and stuff like that. So I knew that, you know, I'm a professional, so I made it a point to come here very early and make sure that everything went according to plan, and that I wouldn't face anything like jet lag or time having tough time adjusting to the time or nothing like that. I also, you know, have hired people that know those types of things and the hacks and everything like that. It's very smart people.
Because you've been here for so long now, does that give you a bit of time to do some touristy stuff and enjoy Australia as a tourist?
You would think, but we've really just been training, you know. I thought that I would, you know, be able to go ahead and see some things, but we haven't yet. But we have seen a lot of shops, so that's good. I mean, lots of shopping. I love shopping, so that's okay, you know. But yeah, so, and then, you know, they have really good coffee here. So I've had probably a different coffee from, I don't know how long I've been here, 10, 12 days. So maybe like 10 different places, which I love because I love coffee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Awesome. Oh, pose. You crack me up. Okay. Pose how?
How's it going, everyone?
Big friend right here. Obviously, you know, when you fought in Salt Lake and all these fights, you know, there was always an Australia card coming up, and we would ask you, like, do you want to get on that Australia card? It never seemed overly important to you to fight in Australia because you did that before you got to the UFC. So when they called you to, you know, fight on a pay-per-view in Sydney, were you hesitant at all, or were you just like, yeah, I'll fight at home again?
Nah, if it ever lined up, if it had lined up earlier in the last few years to fight in Australia, I would have done that. But look, I mean, it's sort of a double-edged sword for me. You know, I can come and watch a UFC for once and enjoy it, and, you know, hang out with the fans and fight overseas and chase the bigger opponents. And that's what I was told when I was younger. Many years ago, when I first, you know, got into the UFC, Sean Shelby said, "Look, you've had a few fights in Australia now. If you want to chase these bigger name guys, they're not gonna come to you. You have to go to them." So I kind of took that advice, and yeah, that's when I started heading overseas for the last 5 years, trying to. And, you know, I've fought a couple of big name guys and got into the point where, you know, one of us are going to get to the top 15. Obviously, I've dropped the ball a few times on that, but I mean, I got into the UFC when I was 19, so it's just one big learning curve, trying to learn on the job. And now I'm 30, I feel like now's the time to start, you know, pushing and climbing the ranks. And it is good to be back in Australia, to be honest. So.
Does it feel weird that we've basically seen you grow up on such a massive?
I mean, it's weird because I feel like an old man in UFC years. Like, you know, it's like dog years. Like UFC years, I'm an old man, I'm a vet, but I only just turned 30 last year, and really like just starting to hit that peak now. And I do feel that physically and mentally. It is true when they say in your 30s you start to peak.
What did you make of Francisco's name when his name came across your desk on the track?
Yeah, to be honest, I hadn't heard his name before. I do remember watching his fight with Jamie Malaki. Yeah, I mean, we just it's one of those fights. You know, really, I won my last fight. I was hoping to get a higher ranked opponent, but the opportunity came up to fight early in the year, and I do want to have an active year. So I said, we'll get this fight in, and we don't look past anyone. If you're in the UFC, you're tough. That's it. End of story. So we're going into this fight like it's any other opponent, and just hoping to kickstart the year off and just have an active year in the next 12 months. Three, maybe 4 fights, hopefully.
We saw some videos of you training with some Dagestani and Chechnyan wrestlers. What was that experience like?
It was good. Yeah, I think they saw me in the jiu-jitsu class, and they're like, oh, we think this guy can wrestle. So they invited me to a Russian only class, and they were pretty happy, and it reinforced to me like I can hang with these guys in the wrestling. So it was good. They were lovely guys. I was trying to see if I could get an invite to go to Dagestan or Russia, but not yet. But one day maybe.
And I have to, unrelated to this fight, but on your Instagram you post a lot of, this is your pre-workouts, usually like fruit and salt and honey. But there's a video where you just ripped into a banana without peeling it, like peeling everything. So what's the deal? Why?
Yeah, the banana was a bit of a piss take. But no, it started. I ate a mango. Like that's how I eat mango, like as an apple. I just eat through the skin. I enjoy it, and cliche, but the nutrients are in the skin, to be honest. But yeah, it started from there. It blew their minds that I was eating the skin of a mango. And to be honest, I post training content. It gets good response, gets good likes, and I put up a video of me eating a mango skin, and it almost went viral borderline. And I was just like, I don't understand Instagram. I don't understand what people's interests are, but I'm going to run with it. So I just started eating every kind of fruit with the skin on, and it's just sort of caught on. Now people send me videos of them eating fruit with the skin on.
See what you've done.
It's insane. Yeah, I've started a whole movement.
And just last one for me. How's Jake's Breaks?
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, I go a little bit quiet coming into a fight, but I love it. I found a natural love for the trading card hobby, and we've turned it into a business. But it's still a hobby, to be honest. We just have good fun with our group of guys at Break. We reinvest the money into good stock, and we don't keep the cards. They're not our cards. They're the guys that buy in, but we just enjoy just seeing what's next. Like that's the whole thing about the trading card. You don't know what you're going to pull next, and we love it, and it's a laugh. And the wives probably don't like us being out to 4 a.m. at night breaking cards, but it's good fun.
What was it like working with Shannon Briggs? Is he as over the top as we see on video?
Honestly, when we had a video call for about an hour and a half, and he's pretty chill, actually, to be honest. He's pretty chill. But man, he wants to come into Australia. Wants us to bring him out. So he actually wanted to try and maybe corner me for this fight. We were trying to get him out, and he's going to come train me and corner me, and a little bit of let's go champ before we fight.
He's just the hype guy.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Jake, back here.
Yep.
You were in town for UFC Perth, but you weren't booked. Now that you have got a fight, there was some frustration when you weren't on that card. Is there now almost a sense of relief of like, okay, cool, I have the fight, I actually can go out there and perform?
For this card in particular?
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't really know what was going on. We're waiting to get a matchup. We had a matchup with another fighter for about 24 hours, and then he ended up having to pull out. And then we're sort of in limbo again for a couple of weeks. And I was getting to the point where I was like, I probably won't get a matchup for this card because it's in Australia. It's starting to 4 or 5 weeks out from the fight, but we locked in a fight, and yeah, it was good relief to be able to get a fight because I just for the fact that I want to start the year early and get the ball rolling for 2025.
You've always trained with high-level guys, but 2 of your training partners are also going to be on this card. What is that like in a camp when you've got 3 people peaking for such high-level fights?
It's good. Like we all have our own schedules and training partners, and we have some coaches in common, but also separate coaches as well. So it just adds an element of a bit of a team feel, kind of like when I had I was playing football back in the day. Once we're in there, we're on our own, but going through a training camp together, it does just give that extra bit of motivation and enjoyment to the camp. And then during the fight week as well, like I said, it's like we're rocking up with the team almost. And a bit of familiarity during fight week. Usually, like we go overseas to obscure places like Salt Lake City in Utah, and we don't know anyone else there. It's just me, a couple of cornermen, and that's it. So to have a lot of familiar faces around fight week, it's good.
And you touched on before about that feeling of being a UFC veteran. One of those two teammates, John Micallef, is making his UFC debut. Has there been any words of wisdom you've shared to him?
Nah, Jono's pretty locked in, to be honest. You know what I mean? I don't like to impose on anyone's training or their career, or if you know, these guys know that I've been here for a long time. So if they want to come and ask any questions, I'm an open book. I'll give as much knowledge to anyone as I can to try and help them in their career. But Jono's pretty locked in. Like, you know, it's his UFC debut, but he's been training and fighting for quite a while now. So it seems like he's got it pretty dialed in.
Very much.
Jake, to your left. Just sort of wanted to ask you, you've been around for 10 years. Do you feel like the public doesn't give you as much sort of attention, like you're not as shiny as the newer debutants, and do you prefer that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I kind of do prefer it. It's weird. It's like you feel like you maybe deserve a little bit more attention, but at the same time, I don't want it. Sometimes I look at these champs and I'm like, man, would I ever want to have the belt? Just the amount of like attention and media that these guys have to do. I can imagine it'd be quite tiring. You'd have to really love it. Like, you know, I know of, like Sean Strickland, for example. I actually think he loves the media and, you know, doing all the collaborations. For me, I like to have quiet fight weeks and quiet fight camps. But you know, like, back to your question, it's kind of on me. You know what I mean? Like, there's fights where I could have performed better. There's times where I could have been more active or done, you know, like I just said, done better in fights in general to get that attention. So it's been a roller coaster. I've been in for a long time, and when these new guys come in, they're the flavour of the month. You know, I'm the vet who's been here for a long time. So when these new guys come in and they go on their, you know, couple of fight win streak, I know they're going to be the centre of attention, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that, to be honest. I just like to cruise under the radar, do my thing, get paid, put food on the table, and, you know, I just have one goal, and that's to show people my potential. And with that should come wins and rankings and everything else.
And I just wanted to touch base on, could you have really made the AFL with those Aussie rules skills you had as a kid?
Yeah, 100%. I was 100% getting drafted, and I still have people today that are not happy that I pulled the pin on footy, but I think I definitely made the right decision. I was playing representative level footy. Did a little stint in the TAC. And yeah, I don't know what team I would have played for. I would like to think Hawthorn. Don't hold it against me, but yeah, I definitely could have made AFL.
That's right.
Dark Side of the Cage recently came out with a documentary on Diego Sanchez, and I think you'd fought him. I think it was UFC 253, right? The fight week, like, did you ever have any experiences? Because we've seen the documentary, and it's really sad to see how it turned out with Diego Sanchez and obviously Joshua Fabia. Like, have you seen the documentary, and do you have any stories from that fight week of just like weird experiences? Because I think it was that week where the guy kind of crashed out on everybody during that fight week, right?
Yeah, the fight week, like, we were up at the pool and stuff, both teams together, and, you know, we said hello to each other. It seemed all good. I got a message from Diego after the fight, and he goes, "Oh, you know, thanks for the fight." He goes, "Look, I didn't want to fight you," because we actually trained together back in Albuquerque. So I think that's what he was getting at. He was saying, like, you know, like, I knew you when you were a kid. I didn't want to fight you, but the UFC kind of said, like, you have to fight Jake. So that was a little bit odd. Yeah, instant bad buzz around that Fabio guy. Didn't like him from the first time I met him, and then obviously we've seen why now. And Diego's good though. Diego still stays in touch, and, you know, I've had a couple of close decision losses recently, and, like, he's trying to call me on Instagram, and he's like, "You won that fight, man. I've got to tell you something, a secret." And I'm like, I don't really want to, like, you know, entertain that. I'm like, "You're acting a bit weird, bro," so I'll just leave it. But yeah, honestly, like, when I fought Diego afterwards, like, leading into the fight, it was exciting because this is a guy, like, I was in the lounge room and I was like 11 years old watching him win Ultimate Fighter, and to fight him was very exciting. But then after the fight, I felt a bit sad, to be honest, for him. Like, I didn't, like, you know, I kind of busted him up a little bit in the fight, and then just to see what happened afterwards, it was a bit, it sort of, it hurt, you know, because he was an idol for mine for a long time.
G'day, Jake. You touched on feeling like an old man in the UFC, being 10 years now, but you're still young. It's a weird mix. Have you kind of spent some time thinking what does come after the UFC? Because 10 years is a long time, and I'm sure that's crossed your mind.
Yeah, look, I've got things like going on the side, lots of things like card breaking and a bunch of other things as well. But I haven't even considered like when I'd be retiring, because even though I say I feel like an old man in the UFC, been in there for this June will be 11 years. The passion and the motivation and the love for the sport is still just the same as when I was 19. So as long as the body lets me and as long as the UFC want me, I'll be here fighting. I don't want to be like an old 40-year-old that's getting bashed every fight. Like I'll probably pull the pin before then. I think these guys should finish on a good note and leave a good legacy. So that's my goal. But yeah, no, I still feel as much love for the sport as I ever have.
And it was mentioned earlier that you've got some training partners on the card. And Islam recently came out saying he refuses to fight on a card with his teammates on it now because it's a distraction. Do you think that's going to play an impact on your performance coming out, or you don't agree with what he said?
No, so it depends on the fighter. For me, I can separate, like, as I said, it's kind of a team vibe. Like, we train together a few times a week. We're not there every session together. You know, we don't really hang out like 24/7. But for me, on the fight night, the only fight that matters is mine. So, like, whether a teammate loses before the fight or whatever happens, it doesn't throw me off. It means nothing. Like, it seems a bit selfish, but you kind of do have to be selfish. But it's a cold laser focus where, yeah, unless it was like my own brother in there losing before me, that would probably throw me off. But in terms of the teammates, it's just, I'll look at the screen. Oh, they lost. Okay, I'm up next. Let's go. And you have to have that. You can't, you know what I mean? And he's right. If it did affect me, I would probably rather not fight on a card with my teammates.
Don't say gay, don't go full Bryce Mitchell, we'll be okay. Best thing about Bryce Mitchell, man, he's set the bar real fucking low or high, you know. You just can't go full Third Reich and you'll be okay.
We'll try our hardest. Sean, you obviously felt that you won the first fight with Dricus.
Oh yeah, we're here to talk about fighting, you guys. God damn it. All right, go.
We'll leave
continue.
the manifesto for another time.
Yeah.
You know, you thought you won the first fight with Dricus, so because of that, do you even have to change your game plan, or is it just, I just go out and do what I did last time and hopefully the judges get it right?
You know, man, I've been working my ass off. I'm giving 110%. I'm doing all the right things. I'm working hard. I'm going to hit harder, do all the right things. Yeah, no, real nice here, dude. Come on, guys. Like, at least you could ask me a fun question, dude. Ask me about,
why do you have a racist cop's mustache?
Bro, there we go, my man. Let's go, you gay fucking pirate. Dude, let me tell you guys. I was with UFC and Breeded, and he was taking shots at me and my motorcycle, and I looked over and he showed me the video, and I had my little fucking scummy mustache. I'm like, I like this. This represents me. I'm not going to go. I mean, I know I look like I should be going to a clan meeting with Bryce Mitchell, but I don't share the same values as Bryce Mitchell.
Don't do that hand gesture.
Oh, yeah, no. So you got to go fist, but then we're the black, How do you feel about the Bryce, though? What do you think he handled that right?
Who, Dana or Bryce?
Bryce.
I feel like he probably handled that pretty badly, honestly.
Man, the thing that annoyed me with Bryce is he fucking apologized. Like, if you're going to be a piece of shit, dude, you got to just double down and be a piece of shit, dude. But I want to say one thing on a world stage with all the cameras about my boy Bryce. Because I want to defend Bryce. I'm not that kind of defense. What he said a little fucked up. But, what have we been hearing for the last year and a half? We've been seeing on the internet, on the interwebs, on the X, from CNN, from all the media, we've been seeing dead little brown kids being pulled out of fucking buildings. Every time I go on the news, I see Israeli bombs a hospital. Here's a dead little Palestinian girl before she wears a fucking hijab. And, it's the only time you can see her face, dude. But it's real fucking sad. You can't be a human being and turn the news on and see these dead fucking kids missing limbs and not feel anger. So what does Bryce do? Bryce goes down the rabbit hole. And again, this is just, if anything, this is a reminder on how careful you have to be not to be radicalized. So Bryce goes down the rabbit hole and he says, well, goddamn, I don't want little fucking brown kids to die anymore. I want that to stop. And then what does Bryce do? Bryce says, oh shit, the American military is giving Israelis bombs to bomb little fucking brown kids in hospitals. And then, the natural course of action is, well, why? Well, why is America bombing little brown kids, right? And so you say, and then I would say, do we want little brown kids to be bombed? Like, if you had a button right now and you could stop giving bombs to Israel, would you, to kill little brown kids? Naturally, yes. And you and every other American would. But it doesn't stop. So now Bryce starts thinking, well, fuck, man, maybe the government, and he starts going further down the radicalization path. Well, now maybe Israel owns our government, this and that. So with Bryce, I don't think Bryce is a Nazi. I think Bryce is a fucking idiot from Arkansas who's not educated. And I think Bryce is just feeding into the propaganda. And, how many people actually agree with him? I don't. I mean, to me, the facts are, fucking these dirty Palestinians, they go in, they fucking take a bunch of little kids. If someone took my woman, if some Mexican took my woman, I'm grabbing my gun. I'm going fucking full send. Man, woman, child, full send. So the reality of the fact is they came in and took a bunch of hostages and Israel was responding. But that's not what you hear. You see dead little fucking kids. So, while I had this moment, Bryce, you are a fucking idiot. You should not have said that. But he is being radicalized and a lot of people support him and it's wrong. But we must all look at the reasons why he said it and how he went down this path and move forward.
So do you think Dricus' striking is ugly or?
Dude, Dricus is like a fucking retard on a short bus, dude. Like, he's not a good striker, but when you're just going fucking full send, dude, he fights hard, man.
Why does Alex Pereira hate him so much to fly down here during a training camp and corner you?
Man, Alex, and let me tell you something about Alex, which I respect the most about, Alex has all the money. He came to America, the land of free. He's not going to get robbed in the fucking, Rio. Well, he might, but he has no reason not to be happy. He should be happy, he gets all the women, has all the sports car, but he harbors so much hate in his heart, and a part of me respects that because, it takes a real man to not become soft because money. And Alex just harbors the hate. So, hey, I respect you, Alex.
You think he actually does dislike Dricus for some reason, or is he just wants to back you up?
No, dude. I just think he harbors hate. I think Alex is one of those guys, dude, that he's like a fucking bullet, dude. You just point him in the right direction and he goes full send.
When you were coming up to the title for the first time, it felt like you didn't really rate the championship. You didn't care. I remember speaking to you actually after you won and you're like, fuck it, whatever, I'm champion. But now you got it taken off you and you felt what it's like to not be champion. Do you kind of think, no, I actually want that belt back?
Man, the good thing about winning a belt, it's a lot of money, but it's kind of hard, dude, because you're a thinking man. I know we all make our money in this industry, so we all like to suck it off a little bit. But, but as a thinking man, someone like corporation, a massive corporation, a little DEI, by the way, guys, UFC. But well, now since Dana's going dick to dick with Trump, maybe we're going to end that shit, right? But anyways, I regress. Like, as a thinking man, you must safeguard yourself from falling into, like, manipulative brainwashing tactics by the corporations. And now, when you look at this big old shining gold, and the belt's real fucking cool. It's in my closet, got duct tape on it, fucking broke right when I got it. Real fucking cool, dude. I look at the belt, that's real fucking cool. But I genuinely, dude, like, in the grand scheme of life, this small moment in my life, which is real fun to talk to you fuckers, we got fine folks here. Are there any Africans in here? No. I've been actually, we got one African in the back. It's funny, dude. I've been talking to a lot of Africans. None of them have been black. But no, in this small moment, it's so trivial, and I love to fight, and it's so awesome that I get to go in there and I have fans. I get to go fight a man. I get to go put it online, and that's so fucking great. And the experience in my trivial little life is such a big experience, and that I'm grateful for. But a fucking piece of metal that says UFC on it, like, get the fuck out of here.
Good luck, brother.
But I love the UFC, guys. Big fan of the UFC. I made more money than I like your mustache, by the way, back guy. There we go, dude. I'm on like a 5-7 day mustache grow. It was kind of impromptu, so I need a little bit more days, All right.
Thanks about this shirt you're wearing.
Oh my, dude, you guys dig it, bro. Let's get a nice shout out to my boy Luigi. All you need is a 3D printer and a suppressor, and you could change the fucking world. No, man, murder's wrong in some regards, but it's so hard because, like, I would say that I'm an American free market capitalist, but when you have these corporations that own the government, and they just, like, you don't really have a recourse. No one gives a fuck. And yeah, dude, it sucks that you died. You got a kid, I'm sure the kid's gonna miss you. Real fucking sad. But, like, real sad, dude. But how many guys got, denied, how many guys for shit? So it's like murder's bad in some regards, and I wish you didn't have to get killed for this conversation not to take place. But the fact of the matter is that corporations murder people every fucking day. We do not live in a free market. We live in a monopoly that is controlled by these corporations, and it only took one man with a suppressor and a dream. Let's go. Free Luigi. Let's get Mario out here.
Just one last one from me, actually fight related.
Yeah, ask me a fight question. We gotta get back on track.
Not specifically about Dricus, but I remember you said something was like, all you need in life is your gym, your team, and a fight to look forward to. I think we
and a suppressor and a 3D printer.
Add that to the list. So I guess how was life?
By the way, you guys, it's actually really hard to 3D print a lower receiver for a handgun, because I'll tell you what. Have
you tried this?
No, I've never tried. I don't think a ghost gun's legal now. I don't fucking know. But I'll tell you the difficulty of it. You have to get a metal guide rod that sits in. So, like, you can't just go buy an upper and throw it on. It's actually difficult. You gotta want to really do it. Suppressors, on the other hand, a little bit easier. Just build a tube, you put some baffles in it, you're good to go. I've never done that either, guys. Fuck you, ATF.
So I guess how was life in this layoff? Because you didn't know when you were gonna have your next.
Man, to be serious for a moment. To be serious, I know we talked a lot about Bryce and life. I love you fucking guys, dude. This fucking guy. I mean, you're a fucking liberal. Look at you, dude. You're the definition of anti-Palestine, bro. I bet you were walking down the fucking street with a fucking flag, bro. Yeah, you were, you fucking scummy bastard. Hey, you know what? Actually, my first girlfriend ever was a Jewish. Is it better to say Jewish? I'm actually really pro-Jew, It's like, and people, like, don't understand this. Like, I would go full send Israel, enjoy, have at it. I just don't want to pay for it. But anyways, wait, what were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Fucking love you guys, man. Fucking love you guys. This fucking guy, dude. This is alright. Jay, just because your girlfriend's Jewish doesn't give you an excuse to be a racist piece of shit. I'm just joking. No, dude. No, man. Let me tell you guys something. You know, you guys are probably, a lot of you guys are poor. You know, I mean, right? I mean, no offense to you, but you're in the media and the UFC, so it's like, you know, if we're fucking poor, you guys are poor. I mean, I'm not poor, luckily, but you know, I'm only like a couple. But you guys are probably all fucking, you know, it's hurt you guys. That life's not great for you guys. I'm sorry for that. Anyways, yeah, no, I'm sorry, guys. Fucking life's hard, dude. I mean, I'm sure you guys all went to college too, and you chose to do this. So I mean, fuck you guys, right? You idiots. But I mean, I'm sure you have a liberal arts degree somewhere, you know? Yeah. Poli-sci, trying to change the world at your anti-Israel marches. But, no. All right, let me fucking focus. Fucking focus. When you wake up every day and you ask her, and you look in the mirror and you say, like, hey, what will make me happy? Like, I have money. I don't got to worry about making my fucking mortgage. Like, what will make me happy? I'm the most fucking miserable. Like, I am the fucking most miserable when I'm not in pain and I'm not dieting. So I think the hardest thing when you have these long layoffs is you wake up and you're still training, you're going through the steps, but you're kind of like, hey, what's going to make Sean happy? And it's fucking miserable. And the moment you get a fight, dude, you have so much fucking direction. You have a date. You have something to look forward to. You have something to stress about. Hardship is probably one of the best things for humanity. And like, I think that's one of the biggest issues that most people run away from hardship. And the moment you realize that like hardship makes you rise to your full potential, it's the best. So I hate layoffs, and it's always nice to, right, wrong, or indifferent, dude. I love the pain. It makes me feel alive. We didn't even get to any questions. I'm sorry, dude. This racist motherfucker, dude. He got me so distracted.
You want just over here, just to your right?
Where we? Oh, my dog, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. I like your chain, dude.
Thank you.
That's definitely a media salary chain.
I'm an electrician, so.
Oh, you really do? That's
Yeah.
what's up, dude. I have actually done a lot of electrical work.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I'm not good, dude. Like, I'm not good, dude. Yeah, not gonna pass code.
I spoke with Coach Nixick last month, and he said that when you fought Israel, you fought with nothing to lose, and that when you fought Dricus, you fought to not lose. How do you adjust that mindset coming into this rematch?
Let me stop you right now, guys. That only happened because a dirty fucking Dutchman hit me with a headbutt. You know how hard it is, dude? Like, I mean, how much blood you got running through your eyes? Like, it would have been an easy fight if it wasn't for that. I'm going to put that retard back on a short bus, and I'm going to send him to fucking preschool.
Last time you got a great reception here in Australia, and the fans love to cheer you on, but I know you're not the biggest fan of the way things happen here in Australia, so what would be some changes you'd make to make it a bit more desirable?
You know, man, where's that one fucking communist reporter? Is he still in here? I gotta fight that motherfucker, dude. You know how much shit I got from that, dude, when I made fun of Transformers? You see what I did there? That's my Instagram. That's what the Instagram says. You guys say Transformers. But yeah, that guy was a fucking cunt, dude. Thanks for not letting him in here. Whoever you are, you fucking cunt. But you know, man, it's really hard. You guys got a lot of cameras here. You know, it's like you guys red light cameras, cell phone cameras, fucking seatbelt cameras, speed cameras. Like, how do you get a fucking blowjob while you drive? You know, like, you get a ticket for that? Is there that kind of camera? Yeah, it's real fucking communist here. So, but it is a really beautiful country. And, you know, I would like to consider Australians as English white trash, and even some Irish. You know, they sent a lot here. And as an American white trash, I just feel like I have a lot in common with you fuckers, you know? I mean, you had one mass shooting and you gave up all your fucking guns, you know? That was kind of pathetic, but, you know, like, I'm not gonna blame you. And then the lack of freedom, dude. Like, I mean, how insane is it that we're in a modern country and hate speech is a thing? That is so fucking wild that you can make fun of COVID, and next thing you know, the government's kicking down your door, hauling off a pregnant lady. I mean, like, I can't even say Transformers the correct way without potentially getting my visa revoked. Like, we're in a modern fucking country with running water, and you guys don't have freedom. Real bad, dude. Real fucking bad. Anyways, that's all.
Last one from me. I just want to know what it means for you to see Tatiana on this card and getting her title shot.
Oh, dude, I love Tatiana, dude. You want to talk about the short bus, my man. Bro, Tatiana's not dumb. Like, she's a college graduate, guys. I didn't even go to elementary school, right? Like, I literally have completed like 3 years. Not even completed. I've went to school for like 3 years of my life. But Tatiana has that like magic, bro. She has that like autism magic that just like transcends into this fucking beast of a wrestler. Like, I'll tell you when I knew Tatiana was autistic for the first time. It's a true story. I was at Millennia, you know, and I was saying something, and I don't know if it was funny or not, but she started laughing like 30 seconds after the joke was said, and we all kind of looked at Tatiana. We're like, what's up? And she's like, oh, that was a funny joke. And we're just like, yeah, I mean, you guys know. I mean, she's definitely on the spectrum, right? But again, like, I mean, I feel bad for Weili. Like, you're fighting an idiot savant of MMA. So it's like, it's real fucking bad, dude. Or I'll give you one more story about Tatiana. You guys will love this one. So back in the day at Millennia, she's sparring, she's beating up this guy, has this motherfucker in full mount, just dropping hell on this guy. And her coach at the time, a guy named Batiste, you know, real lazy fucker. He was like, I mean, she's dropping hate. And then Batiste's like, whoa, Tatiana, like, chill out. Tatiana will drop in the heat, looks at him, says, fuck you, Batiste, and just keeps fucking blasting this guy's face. So it's like, dude, Tatiana's a scary bitch, dude. I mean, straight scary. Like, if she was a fucking man, I'd have to shoot her.
Hey, Sean, if you win the belt this weekend, how long do you reckon until you break this one?
Oh, shit, dude. I mean, you know, fucking A, man. When you buy all your shit from China. I mean, I ran into Weili, and, you know, I was like, yeah, I know I make fun of the Chinaman a lot, but with how much money I spend on Amazon, I'm probably, like, single-handedly propping up your economy with plastic shit that comes to my door. So, I don't know, man. Maybe, I mean, is it made in America? Do they make the belts in America? We need to, hey, someone track me down. Do your job, dude. Is UFC made in America? I know the roster's not, but at least they could do the belt. I know, with that little the Chechen horse Chimaev. Hey, we need to talk about this. One more thing before we get out of here. We need to talk about Mr. Chimaev. All right? Let's talk about this fucking guy. I keep hearing Chimaev this, Chimaev this, Chimaev that, but what does the history and facts say about Chimaev? And you guys are media, you should know this. Chimaev fled Chechnya with his family because, you know, an oppressive warlord dictator that killed people indiscriminately. No hate on him. It's your country. He goes back to Chechnya. You know, he goes back to Chechnya because somebody wants to buy him a G-Wagon, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'll be that whore. I'll do it. I'll fucking bend the knee for you, man. I like fucking G-Wagons. And then what happens? The leash gets way too tight. And you know what? I think the U.S. government kind of looks at him like a terrorist now. Why? Because people get murdered all the time in Chechnya, and they completely violate human rights. So now Chimaev's scared as shit. Like, oh man, dude, I wanted to be a whore, but I didn't want to go full tip. Now he fucking flees to like somewhere in the sand pit, and now he's hiding out in the sand pit. And now what does he do? Fucking Chimaev, what does he do? He has a Bitcoin fucking scam, and he scams all his fans. And let me tell you guys something. I had the same Bitcoin scam offered to me. It was like 200,000, and I was like, no, fuck you, dude. I'm not going to scam my fans. I don't need money that bad. But that's what Chimaev did. So, yeah, Chimaev, you can fight. You can fight. You know, you got a beard. But let history record it as, you, sir, are a whore. You fled a country, you went back and you got buddy-buddy with a dictator, and you fled again. Doesn't matter how good of a fighter you are and will always be a fucking whore. That's a good one, right? Clip that. Send, post.
Sean back here.
My dog.
You won this title for the first time 2 years ago in this country, in this state, in this same arena. How have you changed since 2 years ago?
Hey, didn't you just ask me that, dude? This is a repeat, but I'll give it to you. I'm going to hit him real hard. I'm going to punch him in the face. You know, I did a lot of running, a lot of cardio. I lifted a lot of weights. Like, you got to be more specific, my dog. I work my ass off, dude. I train with the best in the world every fucking day, dude. If I haven't got better, I don't know, man. I need to take more fucking steroids. I got to go to Saudi Arabia for 6 months, you know?
The UFC title is considered by some to be kind of the key to everything. It opens a lot of doors. Dana has said that before. It's kind of the master key to a lot of doors. not from a fighting perspective.
You know what it is? If you're a fucking shill, if you're a fucking cunt like my boy Izzy, and you want to go suck off the China government, and you don't have 1 ounce of freedom of speech or dignity, it opens up a lot of doors. I mean, hell, like, you know, how many what like the UFC's buddy with Saudi Arabia now? I shouldn't say this, dude, but I mean, look at my boy Vivek. We're like, I could be wrong when I say this, but we're like a significant amount of like the 9/11 guys. Saudi, did they have Saudi passports? Is that what it was? Was that? Is that? Are you backing them up, right? I think that's what it was. And then the crazy thing about that, guys, Saudi Arabia, you know, you seem like a real great people, and you gave us a lot of money, so thank you. I'm sure you lined my paycheck, and I appreciate that. But then they get off a plane and they go and they randomly run into a guy from like the intelligence agency, and they go and stay with him. So it's like, I am such an American motherfucker. Like, you guys don't understand, dude. If there is ever a fucking revolutionary war, civil war, I will lead this motherfucker. I love America. I bleed red, white, and fucking blue. And it is not in line with these corporate fucking shield fucks. So until then, dude, thanks for the paycheck, UFC, but no one's giving me fucking money. That's good. That's real good though, right? Man, I gotta run for office now.
Front right here. Hey, man. Obviously, it's been a little bit since we last saw you, so just how's life been? How's camp been? Just how's preparation for this fight been in Sydney?
Yeah, it's been good, man. 5 months since I fought. Just been training hard, been in the gym. Nothing's really changed.
Were you hoping to fight sooner before then, or just when they announced this card, it just kind of made sense that you'd probably be on it?
I was hoping to fight in December and on this card, but it's worked out well that I'm just on this one.
Did I see you also got a new contract since your last fight too?
Yes, yeah, 4 fights.
You're happy with everything?
Yeah, very happy, man.
And when they came to you with Slava Claus, like, I guess what went through your mind? Because, you know, he does have a bit of an online presence. He is pretty popular. He's been in a lot of exciting fights. So did you like the matchup when they presented it to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good fight. You know, this feels like my first real test in the UFC. So I'm excited. I love that. I love the idea of being the underdog, you know, that excites me.
Obviously comes from a renowned gym in Alpha Male, so I don't know if you ever fought anyone from them, but I guess just what's the preparation like preparing for a guy that's not only been in the UFC for so long, but, you know, has some of the more renowned coaches in the game?
Yeah, I think the coaches thing isn't a big deal. I think we're at the point now in the world where there's a lot of good coaches everywhere, so that doesn't really faze me too much. It's more the preparation for him specifically has been awesome. It's been exciting, so.
Last media day, you said it kind of felt like, even though it was a big pay-per-view, it felt the same to you as preparing for an Apex card. Does it still feel that way, or does now that you're on like a win streak, another big pay-per-view, is starting to feel bigger? Are you starting to feel the push from the UFC?
Yeah, but it feels even more relaxed, like I'm getting more comfortable with it, so it feels even more like an Apex event, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like I'm more relaxed, more calm, I'm used to it, I know what to expect.
In your last fight, the UFC just announced the new gloves. It was smaller, and you said you kind of had to change how you punch to be a little more accurate. Now they're going back to the old gloves. So did you have to change anything, or just like relearn how to punch in the old gloves, or was it just natural to you to go back?
The new way of punching translates over in all gloves. Like I've been hitting mitts with 10-ounce gloves this time instead of the small ones. It's the same. So it's just a style of rotating with the punches. So it's all the same.
Yeah, no, Tom, to your left. Now, you kind of notoriously not really enjoyed media, but obviously as you kind of ascend on your career, it requires more. Are you enjoying it a little bit more at this level, or do you hate it the more they give you?
I'm enjoying it more, man. I'm enjoying the whole process more, to be honest. At the moment, I'm really in love with the game again. Like I'm enjoying every single moment of it. So yeah, I enjoy it.
And what's it like when kind of you are doing so well? Obviously, you're fighting on this card as well, but you've got teammates like Stewie Nickel who had to pull out with injury. How do you sort of keep yourself level? I mean, do you have to control your excitement around them, or how does it work?
Nothing really changes, man. Like it's a team sport, but it's individual. Like obviously, it sucks for him that had to happen, but you know, he's on his own journey. He'll bounce back. He'll fight somewhere else, and I'll support him on that.
And your boy Bogdan Grad, who's now in the UFC, doing well, he obviously was doing the pre-fight Dana White Contender Series stuff of sending you like shirtless photos and trying to intimidate you that way. Have you dealt with him again since? And have any of your opponents matched that level of pre-fight sort of mental warfare?
Yeah, me and Bogdan, we're boys now. We talk like, you know, each fight, congratulate each other and wish each other the best of skills. So
really?
He's a good dude. I think I taught him a good lesson in that fight. You know, I think he's grown and he's now in the UFC doing well. So it's awesome. And nah, I haven't had anything like that with any opponents.
And finally, any prediction for this fight?
No prediction.
Tom, just back here. Team Compton's always been kind of high level, a lot of good guys working there, but there seems to have been kind of an influx of that recently, some new guys getting into the training room over the past kind of year and a bit. What is it like in the training room working with so many high level guys?
Oh man, it's awesome. You know, I moved my whole life to be in Brisbane to train with those guys. And yeah, we're all just growing all together. We're all getting better. We've got a lot of guys on the way up, and we're going to have a lot more in the UFC soon, I believe.
As that comfortability being in the UFC kind of continues and you do more things, media and such, how do you feel? Do you feel you take on kind of a leadership role in the gym amongst the guys?
Yeah, I do. But you know, we've got Elliot. He's our team leader, team captain. So he's really the guy who leads all of us. I think we all play a role, but we all have individual personalities and we've all got our own skills in the gym. So I think we're just a really good unit altogether.
There can be so much growth that happens fighting at this high level and even between the camps. When you look at the man who debuted in the UFC to the man who will fight this weekend, what are the differences you see within yourself?
A lot of personal growth, which obviously translates over to fighting. And obviously my skills as well. I mean, it's been over a year now. Yeah, there's a lot of changes.
Very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, man.
I feel like yourself and Kevin Jousset were kind of the beginning of this new wave of Australian MMA that came through in like August of 23. In the last sort of 6 months, the UFC signed a whole host of new athletes, that some of that are debuting on this card as well. How does it feel sharing a card with these guys and seeing that progression of Australian MMA in real time?
It's awesome, bro. I feel like once you get to this level, we're all sort of teammates in a sense. So yeah, I'm proud to be on a card with a lot of other Aussies. It's the best. And
has your UFC career sort of so far matched up to what you thought it would be when you signed, or has it exceeded those expectations?
Yeah, it's pretty much. Obviously, there's things you don't expect, but it's been awesome for sure.
Best of luck on Saturday, mate.
Thank you, bro. Cool. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Right here. Obviously, a big pay-per-view for it to make your UFC debut. So I guess just what are the emotions, excitement levels, just now that you are, finally get to step into the octagon on such a massive card?
Man, I've been, singing and dancing all week. Like I can't even sleep. I'm having trouble sleeping at night because just thinking about this whole, process, the event, competing. I'm picturing myself in there. Yeah, I'm just beyond pumped up.
Were you a guy that would watch the press conferences, the media days, and the weigh-ins like coming up as a fan?
Not really. Nah. I just watch sometimes like afterwards if there's like clips, on the socials, but I mainly just watch the fights.
We spoke a little bit at the welcome to the country ceremony yesterday, and we were talking about your social media presence, where you do these skits, you make these videos, and you're just trying to promote yourself even before you got into the UFC. So I guess what was the decision to like kind of take that route? Was it always something you knew you would have to do to kind of make a name for yourself in the big promotion?
Well, I've always been like that. I just never showed it on the socials, but yeah, just getting more comfortable, just putting it out there. I like to, especially on Instagram, I like to fuck around a bit, so it's cool to just show that side of me.
Do you feel the UFC is giving you a push already based off of that? Because, we don't really see fighters making their debut at these media days, but here you are sitting up there speaking to us.
Shit, maybe. Maybe.
And did you know much about your opponent, Jubilee, when his name came across your desk, or did you have to look him up when you got the name?
No, I knew. I watched his debut because I was watching that event. I think there was Vulcan Islam too, that card. So I was watching live, and yeah, I've always thought that might be a name that I'd come up against anyway when I first got in. So kind of came to fruition.
And he posted, I think, an Instagram video recently before this fight where it was like him jogging, and it said like, "Oh, my knees are finally good. I can run again." So, are you expecting anything different from him, knowing that he might actually be healthy coming into a fight?
Shit, I didn't even know that. Might have to throw some oblique kicks now.
obviously big population in India. He has a big following on social media. We hear a lot from fighters when they fight Russians that their DMs just get flooded with, either trash talk or hate. Not because they hate you, just they're repping their guy. Has it been the same with you in terms of fans in India?
Heaps, man. It's been, for the last few months, it's been flooded. My whole Instagram, all my comments and my DMs, but it's very mixed. Like, obviously going to get some hate, but probably for the most part it's very much respect coming from the Indian MMA fans. So it's cool to hear it.
You feel like a win, your popularity in that part of the world, obviously it might take a hit because you beat their guy, but like now they would know who you are and they would follow you.
Yeah, of course, because I think so. Because I'm not like an asshole when it comes to this. So I think I'll come across as a a good dude, and I think they'll like me.
And just last one for me. What does the headline read after your fight?
Oh shit. Salkilld, flies back to Perth with 50,000 extra.
To your left.
Mitchell.
Mate, how do you feel, man? It's your debut. You're getting some attention, but there's guys like Colby Thicknesse in their debut, and he's on the Embedded series. They're really pushing the Volk narrative. Like, does that frustrate you at all, or how do you feel about that?
Not at all, man. Like, that's totally understood. Obviously, the Topuria name is very big in the MMA scene. All happy for Colby. More just gutted for my teammate Cody had to withdraw due to injury, and I like to say it's funny because they look the same. I say that I think the Topuria team doesn't even know that there's been an opponent swap because they look like twins sometimes, Cody and Colby, even the name. So I think that's quite funny.
And in terms of your teammate, it's a legitimate race to the title, isn't it, between you and Cody Haddon? Like, you guys truly believe that you both will be UFC champions, don't you?
Of course, man. Now I get to catch up with him. So I can have one under my belt under this one, and he's already had one, so now we're going to be even in the race.
And heading into this fight, do you have a plan on how you envision this going, or are you more of a kind of wait and see what he brings and what you're going to do? And I think even in previous interviews, you've actually stated that you don't go in with a game plan.
Never, really. I like to know what they're going to, like what kind of style they're going to bring, but I like to just wing it, just fight the fight. I don't plan anything in particular, just, wing the game plan.
And final question from me. You seem to develop, I don't think too many people know this, a bit of a sort of every opponent you fight that is from a different nationality. Is it after the weigh-ins or after the fight you enjoy their cuisine?
After the fight. I'm still strict after the weigh-ins, so I think messes with my stomach. I try to keep my post-fight meal to the nationality of my opponent.
So what Indian meal are you choosing?
I'd have to go classic butter chicken, mate. I don't know anything else.
Quillan back here.
Joel.
Something very striking about you both. You're doing the marketing online, you're doing the skits, but obviously the mustache, it's something you've leaned into and embraced. Sean Strickland was just in here. He's growing a mustache of his own. Have you seen it? And if you have, what do you think of his mustache?
Beautiful. He's got the handlebar style, which I think is great. Obviously not going to top mine. I'm always going to have the best mustache, I think, in the UFC. I think he's going to get stronger because of it. Like Samson's hair, this is like the source of my power. So you gain every attribute plus 10 stats.
Last time the UFC was in Australia, Carlos Prates fought. After the fight, he likes to enjoy some cigarettes. You talk about post-fight, things to enjoy. You're a cigar man. Do you have a cigar picked out for after the fight?
I do. Ideally, I want to share a cigar with maybe the winner of the main event, if I can find them afterwards. I've delved into the cigars a bit for like special occasions, like this one. But I plan on being a chimney after this fight for a moment.
You said that the mustache adds plus 10 stats. How are the stats looking going into this fight?
Maxed out. Max prestige, maxed out, everything.
Thank you very much.
Who do you actually have in the main event between Du Plessis and Strickland?
And I was leaning towards Dricus before, but then when I found out about Strickland's mustache, I was, I might be a bit biased. So it's a hard one now. It's a hard one. The heart says Strickland now, and the brain says, I think, Dricus again. We all set. Beautiful. Thank you.
Good morning.
Weili, right here.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good.
Obviously another title fight for you. Just how's camp? I saw you training with Brad Riddell and everyone. So just how's camp been preparing for Tatiana?
他就问你这次的这个训练营怎么样，就是准备。
My camp is so good. Yeah, I'm ready.
We saw Brad Riddell was doing UFC Embedded. He said it was the first time he had been working with you. So I guess what was that experience like working with a guy like him? I think in Thailand, correct?
和李德尔就是一起工作，感觉怎么样？
Yeah. Me with Lidor together is first time, but I feel it's so good. It's she have a lot experience. Yeah, for me, I think it's so good.
And the last time we saw you was UFC 300. Were you hoping to fight sooner, or I guess, why did you not fight sooner?
他说上次那个300结束以后，为什么你没有更快的去重新比赛？
A lot of things is I can't control. Yeah, because depends my opponent is healthy or who want with me fight or UFC is plan.
Fans have called Tatiana the uncrowned champion for a long time, and Tatiana was in here earlier, and she said if she didn't hurt her neck, she thought she would already be the UFC champion. So I guess what do you make of Tatiana as an opponent, and have you heard fans call her the uncrowned champion?
他说很多人都管塔天娜说叫她无冕之王嘛，那你觉得就是你听到别人这么叫她，或者她自己觉得自己早就应该是冠军了，你是怎么你对这种说法是怎么看的？
Okay, let me see Sunday.
And have you had to do anything different in camp this time? Because your last few opponents have been predominantly strikers, and Tatiana might be the best female wrestler in all of the UFC, not just strawweight.
他说你这次训练营做了什么其他的改变吗？因为你之前的这些对手都是主要是站立的，然后塔天娜可能是这个最好的一个摔跤手。
Yeah, this camp I have a wrestling coach, BJJ coach. I think me with this time with Tatiana fight is can grow my BJJ and wrestling. Yeah.
Tatiana said that she felt your fight was the real main event of UFC 312. I'm curious if you feel the same.
他说他觉得你们这场才是真正的头条，你自己是什么感觉？
I think every fight is very great, you know. Yeah. I think me and Tatiana fight is great, but I think 那个南非哥叫什么来着？还有 Du Plessis fight is great, yeah.
Good English, by the way.
Thank you. I just want to try. Thank you. Are you understand? Oh, nice.
Jean, do you consider Tatiana the toughest opponent you've faced in the UFC yet?
你觉得塔提安娜是你在 UFC 面对的最难的一个对手吗？
I think every opponent is so difficult. You don't, but I need to make a different game plan. Yeah. So, but Tatiana wrestling, grappling is so good. Yes. But it's for me it's so good because my opponent is very strong or very high level. Is for me it's good because me I can grow, right?
So is your plan to engage in grappling, or will you try and avoid it?
那你的这个比赛计划，这次和塔天的比赛计划，你是准备跟他一起打摔跤吗？还是你准备去打别的？
MMA, not just wrestling or not just striking. I'm ready everything. Yeah. Thank you.
Zhang, your English is getting quite good. Has it been a personal goal of yours to try do media and just actively use English more in your life?
他说你英语越来越好，你是准备用英语会是你的一个个人的目标吗？
I think life is learning. Yeah. I need learning, do my best. Yeah.
And how long do you think before you don't need a translator?
你觉得你还要多长时间就不需要任何翻译？
Maybe next year.
And you've had Brad Riddell.
I fire you.
Sorry. You've had Brad Riddell in your camp. He's also a Kiwi, just like me. How did you find his accent? Was it quite hard to understand?
你觉得那个 Brad 他的英语有很强的这个新西兰口音吗？你觉得
Yeah.
难懂吗？你觉得？
I understand everything. Yeah.
谢谢。
你好。
Speaking about going to another division for second belt, if we're talking about you, are you interested to going up to the flyweight to face Valentina Shevchenko for the second belt?
他说，有很多的这个选手都想升一个级别去打第二条腰带，你也想升一个级别去打子弹姐，然后争夺第二条腰带吗？
Yeah, I want, but defense UFC plan.
谢谢。
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted a prediction from you on the main event between Du Plessis and Strickland. Who do you think is going to win?
就是他想让你去预测一下这个 Du Plessis 和 Strickland 的这个头条赛的结果。
So difficult, you know. Depends mental, healthy. Yeah, I think so difficult. 50-50.
Weili back here.
Where? Hello.
Hello. You're fighting someone who is undefeated. That can obviously be difficult. There's not a lot of tape to study of someone losing when they haven't lost. How do you approach fighting someone who is undefeated?
他说那个塔天娜之前没有输过嘛，然后你可能对你来讲去学习一个，就是看他之前的录像，他都没有就是输过，所以你觉得你怎么去面对一个就是没有输过的对手？
I just want to be water, smooth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Colby in the front right here. Obviously, so, you know, I'm sure some fighters would like to make their UFC debut with a full camp and everything, but for you, is this like, outside of getting a top 15 fighter right away, this has to be just best case scenario for you, right?
Oh, without a doubt. This is the biggest opportunity I could possibly get for my debut. There's already a built-in narrative with it, and I get to fight on a pay-per-view, open up the prelims against a very hyped opponent who has a lot of support. I'm coming in with just as much support from Australia, so I'm very keen to go out there Sunday and sort of fulfill my debut in the way I didn't envision it, but it's happened to turn out a lot better than I've actually could have envisioned it.
You know, outside of like the big name and everything, is it almost like, you know, you get an opponent 9 weeks out, you just think about that guy all the time, you have to do media about him, but now you get the short notice one, you don't really have time to think about it, you just have the big name in front of you, you don't have to do as much media until fight week. Has that played a factor into like this just being kind of a best case scenario?
I think so. I do enjoy doing the media and everything like that, but it's just been a whirlwind of 2 weeks. So I got the notice on Saturday, like a week and a half ago now, and it's just been crazy. It's just been chaotic. It's been everything I've wanted because I'm staying very present and just enjoying every moment here.
Have you and the team kind of steered into that narrative of, you know, Team Topuria versus Team Volkanovski? Do you guys like that, or is it just like, you know, something for the fans to latch onto?
I like it in a sense, as you said, it brings the fans and the attention eyes to it, but at the end of the day, I've got a job to do come Sunday. I've got to go out there, get my hand raised by whichever means possible, and that's what I'm going to do. And
I think I saw a video of it where you've basically peaked for like the last 4 weeks, you felt like. So I guess how has camp been preparing for a guy on such short notice?
Oh, camp's been fine. Camp's been usual. I'm always fit. I'm always ready to go. So it's very good because we knew something might happen, and me being the #1 bantamweight in Australia, if someone was to fall out, I'd get this late notice call up, and here we are.
And what do you make of, you know, his skill set as a whole? Because obviously his brother, a lot of people say, is like this perfect fighter, possibly fighter of the year last year. Do you see much of him in his brother, or are they just two completely different guys?
He's definitely got the same sort of style because they've trained together, but he's not his brother, and I'm going to go out there on Sunday and show it. He hasn't really beaten anybody noticeable. His opponent's combined records isn't that great, so I think come Sunday I get to go out and show out against him.
Have your, you know, usually when you get guys like from like they're fighting Russians or Georgians or Spaniards or anything, their social media just gets flooded with like DMs and everything. Has that been the case for you? Have you got a lot of hate from Spain and Georgia?
I've got a fair bit of hate, but I like it. It's all engagement at the end of the day. But to be fair, I've got a bit of love in that too, so I can't say it's bad. All engagement is good for me, so I bring it all in and just use all the energy.
And I think not a lot of people realize that you were a pretty prolific Reddit poster for a long time. When you got this fight, Reddit was just like, oh, one of us is in the UFC now. So I guess how's the online response been to, like, you know, lurking on Reddit to now fighting on a massive UFC card?
Oh, it's crazy, bro. It's sick. It's unreal. So it's just even everything with, like, I've had people reach out, like, I haven't spoke to them in primary school and stuff like that. So it's just been, like, crazy to see how much this is all taken off. And like I said before, I couldn't picture my debut to go any more perfectly.
And Colby, to your left. Can you talk about, I mean, you mentioned it before, but can you talk about exactly where you were when you found out about this fight and who contacted you about it to get it going?
Yeah, so I was in my car working a security shift, listening to the Hottest 100, upset with what came #1. And then I got an Instagram message, which I thought was from a fake account because they had lots of followers and a blue tick, and it said, hey, how are you? But it actually turned out it was an opportunity of a lifetime. It was Ilya's manager, and then he gave me a WhatsApp call. I spoke to Joe and Volk, and then 12 hours later, I was like, hey, it's pretty much a done deal. Let's go.
And you talk about Volk. The whole story has been about Volk. He's been pushing you for years. Is there a bit of pressure there? Like you don't want to almost let him down because everyone in Australia is basically, in a way, vouched for you?
There is pressure, but pressure is a privilege, and I think I just can use all of that as fuel, and he's backing me because he knows the level and the ability I have, so he wouldn't be backing me if he didn't believe in me. Same with everybody else who backs me, so come Sunday I get to go out and show the ability and my level that I'm at. And finally, it's a one-fight deal, so even if you win the fight, but it's a boring style type thing, you might just kind of never come back to the UFC. Is there pressure to not just win but put on a show? To be honest, I'm actually not exactly sure how the contract works out. I'm a fighter, so I'm not smart enough to understand it all. So I think there's something in there. If I win, they still get me.
Thanks, mate. Hey, Colby. Great moves yesterday, by the way.
My man, thank you.
You said you spoke to Joe and Volk when you got offered that contract. Was there a voice in the back of your mind that was worried Volk might steal it because he loves a late-minute call-up?
I was very worried. Lucky it's at 135, so I knew we couldn't make it.
And a lot of the guys coming through today have had moustaches. Quillan says his is a strength. Sean just liked the look of his. What's the story behind yours?
Mate, this is 25 years of hard work. So we have Movember, and I had to start it 25 years ago, and hopefully in probably 2 years' time it'll actually be worth something.
Hey, it looks good, brother.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think it's going to be a very interesting fight. I think whoever can mix it up the best is going to win. Obviously, the last one came down to a split decision. I think Dricus has more ways to win, mixing up his wrestling, his grappling, and everything, but you can't really count out Strickland because you've seen what he's done to most of the people put in front of him. So if I had to pick, I'd go Dricus, but it's not a very confident pick.
Colby back here. You're a man who's been in the UFC's orbit for quite a bit of time. Is this everything you had imagined it to be? How are you finding your first fight week in the UFC?
It's pretty sick, to be honest. Like, there's heaps of people here, heaps of cameras. I get to just talk about what I love to do, so I've got no complaints of any of this.
Thank you.
How you going, Colby? So, making your UFC debut, you're going to get exposed to a lot more fans, a lot more eyeballs around the world. If there's one thing you'd like everyone to know about you that maybe they don't know yet, what would that be? I'm sorry for the existential question.
That's a good question. I won't go too deep with it. I think that I don't think there's anything. I'm very open and I'm very authentically myself with everything I do. So I think when people see me, they get a glimpse into who I am. And that's reflected in my fighting style, in my training, in everything I do in life. I'm just a very hard-working, driven individual. I have goals. I'm just going to put in the work until I achieve them. Simple as that.
Thank you, mate.
Is that everyone? Legends, thank you. Sitting down, standing.
Yo.
Justin, it's obviously been a bit of some time since we last saw you. So I guess just how's life been health-wise and just everything outside of the fight game since your last fight?
Oh, it's been good. Obviously aiding in some of these injuries that I had to look after. Just, like spending more time with my family and whatnot, and helping my brother with his fights in the time I've been injured, yeah.
So these injuries, have they been stuff that you've been carrying into the last few of your fights, and now you finally do you feel finally healthy coming into this one?
Yeah, for sure. It's really hard in this sport, to say no to fights, because it's like someone's coming up to you and saying, oh, what are you going to do? You know what I mean? And you can't just say, oh, I'm just going to do nothing. You're going to say yes and try fight.
Were you hoping to fight sooner, or were you, taking time away and hopefully to get on the next big Australia card?
No, I tried to fight on that card last year against Kennedy, but the biggest thing I learned over the last year was not to force my hand. I think everything happens for a reason, and try not to push my case. I just go with the flow, and things work out better that way.
You have a guy in Taliesin Teixeira who's undefeated guy in the UFC. So I guess what do you make of him, or are you even a guy that watches your opponent's fights, or do you just show up and do your own thing?
Yeah, I've watched a couple of tapes. Nothing too frantic or anything. I leave that to my team, but honestly, if you're tall, it's always going to be a hard task. You know what I mean? It's like, but nothing I haven't seen before. You know what I mean? Height's only good if you can use it, and height's only good if you can keep someone away.
We hear MMA vets say, one of the more dangerous things is being an undefeated prospect in the UFC, because you get to the big show, you've never tasted defeat, you've not had to climb back from a loss. So I'm curious, do you agree with that narrative that it is kind of dangerous to be this undefeated prospect because you haven't felt what it's like to feel a loss?
Yeah, for sure. I think my brother's fight in Vegas was a prime example of that. It's easy to feel like you're the shark when you've been there dominating until you meet someone else that's another shark. And he had that fight against someone that had finished all his opponents too. And then, my brother has been tested, and that's why he came over with the W. That was the difference.
Then just last one for me, unrelated to this fight. I was going through your social media, and you posted, I think it was a photo of your aunt that had woken up from a coma, and I think you used the phrase, you didn't understand back then, but now you're kind of understanding. So I guess what exactly did you mean by that?
Well, that post was, I think, just before I signed with the UFC, and I just didn't like. She said that, and I loved my footy back in the days, and I was half decent. So I thought her dream was me playing footy, you know what I mean? And then when that dream kind of finished, I thought, oh, I didn't understand it. Maybe it was just, just a dream. And then when I signed to the UFC, I was like, oh, I get it now, you know what I mean? I think I was fighting in Houston, and I was like, oh, this is the crowd she was probably dreaming of. So, yeah.
So you're a staple on the Aussie cards now. When you hear Aussie cards announced, do you start thinking, oh, should I better start getting into camp?
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm like, there's nothing like a 1 hour trip down here, I love America and that, but there's long flights to take a toll, especially when you're my size, flying economy. But, if someone wants to change that, it's up to them.
And you haven't lost an Aussie yet either. And is it just something about fighting in front of a home crowd that just kind of gasses you up a bit and like gets you going a bit more?
I lost my debut in Melbourne, but besides that, I don't know. I've just been lucky, I guess. That's all I put it on to. I train as hard as my opponent, and I go out there and just do my thing.
And can I get it on record that you're going to come to the Avondale reunion this year?
Me and this guy were in the same geography class at school, You know what? I was the smarter student.
He was. I was number 2. Yes, bro.
Maybe.
And it's Justin to your left. How much does you and your brother being in the UFC help? Like, and who's sort of the one that keeps you on track, or is one of you one that likes to party more, or anything like that? Like, who's the one that kind of? Can you talk about that dynamic with your brother?
I think you would guess it right if you were to choose. It's not me, but a bit of both, But my brother loves to party. I love the Barbies. So I think they work out the same effect, if you don't manage it right. But we keep each other honest now and then.
And is your UFC career on the trajectory that you thought it would be and what you want it, or are you a little bit behind or a little bit ahead of where you thought you'd be?
I think I'm where I should be. You know, like I've had a lot of time to think about that. Before I was like, man, I should have been cracking the ranking, but I came in with 3 fights, like 4 rounds under my belt. You know, fighting guys all around the world on main cards, and then they put me in the deep end quite quick. And at the beginning, I was learning, and then I finished 3 guys in a row. Obviously, dropped that last one, so man, 3-1 in my last 4 or 5 is pretty decent. You know what I mean? And I feel like I'm still on the up, and I'll show you guys on Sunday.
Do you think after your MMA career you'll venture into boxing or bare knuckle or anything like that, or is MMA just all or nothing, and then kind of you walk into the sunset when you're done?
Yeah, I might give footy another crack after this. You know, I'm sure there's some stem cells that can help me reignite the NRL dream of mine. Yeah.
And prediction for the weekend?
Oh man, I've been wanting a bloody war for a while. That's what my heart desires. Test this man's soul and see if he wants to go the depths that I want to go. But if a knockout comes, a knockout comes.
Thank you.
Justin, another quick one right here. Just because you brought it up, your first loss. I interviewed you in Houston, and it was after that big Melbourne card, the biggest, like the record-breaking crowd. And I think your exact phrase was, "Well, it can't get any worse."
Yeah,
than that.
Sure,
So,
sure.
have you thought about that like often, like leading into your fights? Is like you felt what it's like to like that, and everything else is up from there.
100%, man. This week I kind of clicked on how mature I've become. You know, during fight week, you know, it's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure and whatnot. But now I've learned to enjoy the week and the process. You know, I get to come and show my son what I do for work. You know, my other son's on his way on Friday, and I'm enjoying it now because there's things out of your hand that you can't control, and you can't just dwell on that stuff because then it interrupts with the enjoyment of enjoying the process. So yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be a very tough fight. You know, I like both guys, man. They're gritty guys, so I expect a war, bro. 5-round war.
Justin, back here. You're going up against a man who is undefeated. How do you approach someone who has never lost a fight?
Man, you go there, stand in the cage, and throw it out. I don't know how else, bro.
You talked about coming to the UFC, kind of getting thrown in the deep end a little bit. When you look at the fighter you were when you debuted in the UFC to who you are now, what are the differences that you see?
A lot of it's got to do with like patience and being more selective and just picking my time to attack and defend and whatnot. I feel like that's the biggest thing. My mindset towards the fight has developed where I can just ease up on myself a little bit more, and then you know, it's not the end of the world kind of thing. I still get to go home and see my family and whatnot.
And talking before about how you're kind of a staple of Australian cards and such, something about you and your brother, it's like Tafa gang versus the world, but you guys are so kind of beloved at home and you've got so much support here. Is it difficult to keep that us versus everyone attitude when so many people are on your side?
Yeah, I just feel like they just resonate with what we believe in, kind of thing. You know, we're all just we're just some underdogs in this world, bro. And the more people that feel that way, they must just feel alike.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Hang on, Justin. Was it tough in fight camp trying to find partners that would mimic Teixeira's style and also his size, like being 6'7", 83-inch reach? Was it tough finding someone that could, you know, be in place as your training partner?
Yeah, for sure, man. I thought he was 6'9", and 6'8", 6'7". I was like, anything over 6'6" is too tall for me. You know what I mean? But things out of your control, you can't really, you know, dwell on. We just focus on ourselves and the game plan that you know we got set for this fight. So yeah, it was very difficult to find an opponent, but like a sparring partner to emulate it. But man, Austin Lane was 6'7", you know, and I had my 6-foot brother there being my sparring partner.
Nice, thank you, brother.
Cheers, thank you guys.
What's up, guys?
Well, Kevin, right here. Obviously, the last time we saw you, tough day at the office for you in France. So I guess just what's life been like since then, and now getting to fight in Sydney again?
Back to work, back to training, and yeah, just doing what I've been doing since the past 10 years, like training every day, getting better. So that's what I'm doing after a win, that's what I'm doing after a loss, so yeah, nothing had changed.
How soon after that fight did you want to get back in camp? Because obviously it was a tough fight. I guess health-wise, did you take some time off, or did you just immediately want to get back in there to try to erase that loss?
I wanted to get back in there as soon as I could, but obviously that was a bit hard to get a fight right away. I just spent a couple of weeks back home in France and enjoy my friends and family as well as I could, even if it was hard to have a good time after a loss, but I tried my best. And then I tried to be on these cards already. At first I was not supposed to be on the card because too many Aussies in the UFC now, so that's a good thing. So yeah, it was hard for me to be on the card, but eventually this guy, I think his opponent got injured or something, and they asked me, I was ready to go, so perfect timing.
Are you going to want to fight in France again, or was it kind of difficult with being pulled in so many directions with relatives and friends and everything, and then having to fight like that?
I'll definitely fight in France again, 100%, even if it's like at the other side of the world. I'll try to be fighting in France every single show.
And then obviously your opponent, Jonathan, what do you make of his skill set? I think he's a fellow Hex champion, so just what do you make of his skill set as a whole in there?
Yeah, good. He's pretty good. I've seen all his fights, and yeah, he seems to be quite good everywhere and confident, and yeah, should be a good fight.
And Kevin, just to your left, are you prepared to be the quote-unquote bad guy going in? Because you are an Anzac, we have adopted you, but do you feel like the crowd will lean more towards the guy that is from Melbourne?
The reality is most of my fights have been in Australia against Aussie boys, so I'm kind of used to it now. And to be fair, like the crowd here knows me a fair bit as well, so I'm not too sure if they would be against me. Obviously, they would be the guy, they would want their guy to win, but it's okay, it is what it is, at the end of the day, it's only me and him in the cage, so it doesn't matter really.
So you're almost unsure of how the crowd will perceive you?
Yes, and it's not going to change a thing, so I don't really mind.
And can you just talk about, you've really, after bouncing around different countries, different gyms for many, many years, you've now really found a home at City Kickboxing. Can you talk about what's sort of the most important thing you've learnt while being there?
Just having a team where you feel comfortable, where you feel the guys are here to help you, you are here to help them. Everyone is here for the right reason. And yeah, I think that's the main thing, so you feel comfortable. And yeah.
Thank you.
Kevin back here.
Oh. Yeah.
Ouais, Kevin en français.
C'est bien ce qui me semblait que je reconnaissais une tête. Il y a un Français quand même sur place, ça fait plaisir.
Comment s'est passée cette préparation par rapport au dernier combat? Donc tu étais avec Aldric pour le combat en France. Là, comment ça se passe? Est-ce que tu as retrouvé une routine un peu plus habituelle?
Ouais. Quand j'étais en France avec Aldric, c'était super. J'ai vraiment bien aimé m'entraîner là-bas. Il y a plein de bons mecs pour s'entraîner et bien entendu Aldric et les autres entraîneurs étaient très bons aussi, j'ai beaucoup progressé. Et là de retour en Nouvelle-Zélande, c'est aussi super, la salle, tu connais, on a plein de monde pour s'entraîner. Et ouais, retrouver ma routine, pour moi la Nouvelle-Zélande c'est bien dans un sens où je suis vraiment focus sur mon entraînement. Il n'y a pas de distraction dans le sens où il n'y a pas tous mes potes d'enfance, ma famille, toute la bonne bouffe que je veux manger pendant que je suis au régime. Donc pour moi c'est pratique, moi je suis juste 100% focus sur ce que j'ai à faire.
Et donc c'était plus dur à gérer pour toi, tout ce qui était extra sportif lors de la préparation du dernier UFC Paris par rapport au combat habituel?
Ça allait parce que quand j'étais à Nice, c'était vraiment au tout début du camp, j'étais encore à plus de 2 mois du fight, du coup je pouvais encore me permettre pas mal d'excès entre guillemets. Et ensuite la fin du camp, j'étais rentré en Nouvelle-Zélande la faire et j'étais juste rentré les 2 dernières semaines avant le combat en France pour juste me réajuster à la différence aux 12 heures de décalage horaire. Donc en vrai ça avait été aussi.
Et tu peux nous parler de ton adversaire, donc qui a connu une organisation que tu as connue aussi, qui est passé par les Contender Series, et un adversaire dur encore une fois?
Ouais, exactement. Donc en gros, avant que je sois signé à l'UFC, j'avais gagné la ceinture welterweight et middleweight à HX. Et une fois que j'ai été signé à l'UFC, ce mec-là a gagné la ceinture après moi des welterweight. Et il a eu pas mal de belles victoires contre des beaux adversaires d'ici. Et ouais, écoute, il est complet, il est jeune. Je crois qu'il a genre 26, 27 ans, quelque chose comme ça. Agressif, bon striker, bon grappleur. Et jeune et insouciant qui va venir déterminer devant son public. Mais malheureusement, je vais devoir le stopper devant son public de la même manière que j'ai été stoppé devant le mien.
Et dernière question pour moi, tu voulais revenir au mois de février, tu reviens au mois de février, idéalement comment se passe ton année 2025?
Idéalement, je gagne ce combat sans blessure, je recombats dans 2-3 mois et ensuite je recombats encore à l'UFC Paris et ensuite je recombats encore à la fin de l'année. 4 combats, 4 victoires, c'est l'objectif.
Let's go, merci beaucoup.
Merci à toi et merci d'être venu.
Kevin, just back here. Jonathan Micallef was the man who won the title that you left on the local scene when you made it to the UFC. How aware of Jono were you prior to getting matched up with him?
I knew his name because obviously we have a few welterweight boys at City Kickboxing who could potentially fight him on the show on Hex. I'm thinking about the Vakir brothers who could have fought him as well. So I knew his name, but I didn't watch his fights before I got the call. But you know, like I'm always looking ahead of me. You know, at this stage he was not ahead of me, so it made no sense for me at this stage to look at his fights. But as soon as they gave me the name, I was like, yeah, of course I'll take it. And then I've watched the fights and I was like, yeah, sweet, gonna be a good one.
Do you have any opinion on the UFC matching you up with someone who's making their debut?
No, and at the end of the day, I have a contract and I know how much I'm getting paid. Doesn't matter who I'm fighting. So if they ask me someone who is doing his debut or someone who is top 10, it's the same thing, you know, it's not really changing anything. Plus, I lost my last fight, so who am I to ask for someone, you know what I mean?
Thank you, Kev.
You're back in Sydney where you had your UFC debut. So will Sydney always kind of have a special place in your heart to fight here?
Yeah, absolutely. First fight here, UFC 293, September last year. I've had a great first UFC fights, great first round finish. So yeah, as you said, it will always be a great memory for me. And I'm just planning to have another great memory in a few days now.
And you've had a lot of guests at CKB over the last month, and with Volk and Robert Whittaker, and a lot of people preparing for fights. Does that kind of increase the energy and intensity in the gym? What's the energy been like, and do you find it helpful when you're preparing for a fight and the gym is in that environment?
We always have great energy at the gym. We always have great people to train with, but it's great though, like when we have new guys coming in, you know, it gives us different look, different kind of fighting style to train with. So yeah, it was great to have those guys over, obviously, but even when nobody's over, we have such a great team, such good training partners, so yeah.
And do you think you'll have time to support your teammate Cam Rowson this weekend at Eternal?
I'll tell you what, I won't be in the venue, unfortunately, because that's the day just before me, but I'll definitely be watching from my room. And I truly believe, and this guy is ready to fight in the UFC right now. And after the win he's going to have on Saturday night, I hope and I'm sure he will be one of the next UFC guy from City Kickboxing.
Thank you.
I was just after a prediction for the main event between Du Plessis and Strickland.
I didn't think about it. I think it's going to be a pretty similar fight than what they've had last time. I think it's going to be like 3 rounds to 2 rounds for one or another. I can't tell you who's going to win because I would need to like go deeper into my into watching their fights to really have a proper opinion. I don't like to give a quick opinion if I'm not sure about what I'm going to say. But yeah, it should be a tough, hard fight to watch, so I hope many fans will be watching.
Just over here in the back. When Rob was over training at City Kickboxing, did you manage to get some rounds training with him or sparring with him?
Unfortunately, no. He was only here for a couple of days, so we only had one sparring session. And yeah, he was already pretty much everyone jumped on him as soon as they could to try to get some rounds with him. Yeah, so not this time, but from my understanding, he will come back to the gym, which is great, and I'm looking forward to train with him as well.
What was the energy like in the room when you first walked in and started talked with Izzy and trained with everyone? What was it like?
It was surprising. It was very surprising. I was not expecting it. I mean, Huge told us a few weeks prior, asking if some of us cared about it or if it was annoying for us, and we all said no, that's sweet. He's good, and I think he's a good guy. It would be good for all of us to train with him. But we didn't know when he was coming, and I just popped up in the gym. He was there, and I'm like, oh, and it was good. He seems to be a good guy from what I've seen of him. So I'm sure he will be feeling very comfortable with us at the gym for whenever you want to come to the gym.
Thank you, man.
Jonathan, fun right here. So obviously it's been a big couple of weeks for you. You know, I think you were a new dad. You got a UFC contract on the Contender Series. So just how's life been as a whole leading up to this fight?
Yeah, man, it's been a big couple of months. Last 6 months have been crazy. It's been fantastic. You know, like externally, there's been a lot that's changed inside of my life, but on the inside, besides obviously my kid, everything's been relatively the same. Been doing the same thing day in, day out.
Is this your first kid?
Yeah, first kid, little boy, Raphael is his name.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You know, some fighters, they say when they have a kid, it changes their approach to fighting. Others, they say, you know, it's no different. Just I'm going to a job, I just happen to have a kid at home. Has it been different for you at all, preparing for a fight now that you are a dad?
As much as my life has changed, my approach to fighting is still the same. You know, like you do what you have to do, and outside of that, you know, being a dad and stuff's a separate thing to fighting.
Do you feel the UFC is kind of already getting behind you? Because it's not every day we get like a new UFC fighter at a media day on a big pay-per-view. Oftentimes they'll have to debut in the Apex or a smaller fight night. So do you feel a bit of the UFC push already leading into your first fight?
Yeah, man, I've got to say I do. Especially I think because the Aussie fan, they'll get behind our guys, and I'm proud Aussie. And yeah, I am very lucky to be on here in Sydney. You know, man, like this was exactly how if I was to write it, this is be the perfect script, and it's now a reality. So yeah, really happy.
And what did you make of Kevin's name when it came across your desk? Because obviously a fellow former Hex champion coming off a rough loss in his home country. So what are you expecting from him on Sunday morning?
Yeah, well, look, he's a dangerous opponent. You know, he brings it. He can do it all. He can strike and grapple, but so can I. So I think it's going to be just an exciting fight. Wherever the fight goes, it's going to be competitive, and it's going to be fireworks. It's going to be a great fight, and it gets me really excited.
Are you the type of fighter that will watch tape on his opponent and to kind of break him down, or do you leave that to your coaches and you just focus on yourself?
Yeah, I do like to watch it. Sometimes there's just little things, and as much as your coach can give you, when you're in there, just to take away a bit of surprise of things that you might see, you can see it in tape and film, and just by watching it yourself.
So Kevin, after his last loss, I think he posted a video of him saying, like, giving an update, like, I'm sorry I lost and everything. And he said something like along the lines of that the knee to the body from Brian just right out of the gate affected his entire fight. Curious if you saw that, and have you noticed any other things that you could take advantage of from Kevin?
I didn't know he actually said that, so thank you for
that. Was him.
A little bit of information. Yeah, look, there are things that we've taken a look into of what he does really well, what he doesn't do so well, and then off all that, I've just, I know my game better than anyone, so I'll try and implement my good stuff and not let him implement his.
So what does the headline read Sunday?
Hopefully a fight of the night bonus win on my behalf.
Most people want performance of the night. You rarely get you want a fight of the night, because that means it's usually competitive. So are you expecting a highly competitive fight of the night style fight from Kevin?
I come into every fight with this sort of mentality, and it's like, prepare for this, and then whether I get the finish that I'm expecting, I'm prepared for it, and I'm ready for it mentally, because it can take a lot out of you, So if you're ready for it, nothing will surprise you.
And Jono, to your left. Now, mate, we've talked about this before, but can you put into words what it's like? I mean, you go back 18 months and you get finished on the regional scene, and the UFC must have felt like years away at that moment. But how did you sort of gather yourself? How did your team gather you to propel you to this moment now?
The same way we do with the win. Like after every win or loss, we sit down, we talk about what went well, what didn't go so well in the camp, in the fight, leading up to it, all these sorts of things, and then you go through it as a professional from there. So, yeah.
And weird question, but when you weigh in, you often look like rocks wrapped in Glad wrap. Like there's not an ounce of fat on you. Have you ever been accused of taking anything?
Yeah, I have by a lot of people who don't know me, but if you do know me, and if you've been following me, I've looked like this since a very young age. So unless I was a 5-year-old on stuff, which I'm not, that would be the case. But I think just good genetics, and I'm quite a large welterweight, so I've got to shred down and lose a lot of fat.
And do you expect Kevin to be booed coming in on the weekend?
I don't. I think that we're going to get cheersed on both sides, and it's going to be loud. I expect it to be very loud.
And final thing, does the winner of this just keep the other person's hex belt, the regional belt you guys both had?
I'm gonna have to speak to Kevin post-fight, but I only have one because I never defended it, so a second one wouldn't be so bad, or just a bonus. I think would be. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I just want your thoughts and like a prediction on the main event between Du Plessis and Strickland.
Yeah, I'm really mixed on that. It's like stylistically a very interesting match. You know, you got Sean, who's very who's very technical. He's very composed and he's hard to hit. And you got Dricus, who's sort of like almost the opposite of that, and he comes forward and he's brings chaos. But I do think that Strickland's composure might show through if Dricus doesn't do what he does to everyone and take him out. Yeah, I'm a bit mixed.
Hey, Jono. Fellow welterweight MVP last weekend was infringing on your trademark of the captain. Do you have a message for him and something like maybe, no, I'm the captain now?
Yeah, well, on the other side of a win, then I think I'll be in a better position to talk to that. But yeah, that's my name. That's my name. Well, after this, I'll get back on him.
Is that a fight you could potentially see down the road?
Yeah, later on down the road. That's obviously something that's further down. I've still got a few fights to have before I even start calling names of that caliber, because he's a very good fighter. It'd be a tough matchup for me. But definitely something later on down the line I'd like to face.
Yes.
Jono, back here. You mentioned before that this debut for you, you couldn't have written it better. This has almost been like a fairy tale for you this far. What has to happen for the rest of this week to get the fairy tale ending?
All the work's been done. Everything that I can control, I have controlled. So it's just about making weight safely. And I'm already very close to weight. And besides that, performing on the night. You know, you can do all these things, you turn over every stone and, you know, as they say, do everything leading up to the fight. But if on the fight day you don't bring it, then it's all for nothing. So it's just about, now I've done all the hard work and now it's about bringing it come fight day.
It was mentioned earlier about, you know, the UFC maybe getting behind you. It's not typical that a debutant will be doing these types of things. How are you finding fight week, and how are you finding all the extra things that come with being in the UFC?
It's different, but at the same time, this is something that I've dreamed of for so long, and I've seen so many videos and behind the scenes things of other fighters doing it. So it's like I've visualized it thousands and thousands of times. So like now that I'm here, it's almost like it's not new, you know. And also at the same time, I'm being here and getting this storyline fight that I've always wanted. This is an opportunity for me. So I'm going to make the most out of this opportunity to do everything I can to take me forward to the next few steps, and yeah, finish the story on and up.
And finally, from me, this is your UFC debut. This is, you know, people have seen you on the Contender, but still, this is now the world stage. What do you want people to know about Jono Micallef?
I'm a pretty like transparent guy, so I speak how I am. So everything that you get in my media, my Instagram, all these sorts of things is who I am. I'm a dad, I'm a fighter, and I'm a fighter who likes to perform every night, every time, and put on fights that are entertaining for the fans, for you guys. So, yeah.
Very much.
Yo.
Jimmy, the front right here. It's obviously been a while since we saw you at one of these, so I guess just how's life been since we last saw you, compete in the octagon?
The whole time, or just like the last couple of months?
The whole time, I guess. We haven't really heard from you since your last fight.
It's been up and down, man. It was a windy road. Recently, it's been amazing. It's been amazing the whole time. I look back on it and I don't regret anything. I don't look back with any negative feelings. So it's just good to be back.
Was there a chance that you might not have come back? Because I think after your last fight, you posted you're going to take time away. You had this unhealthy obsession with MMA and everything. Did you know you were going to come back, or was there part of you that goes, I don't have to do this anymore?
There definitely was a part of me. I thought I was completely prepared to walk away. The scariest part for me was I had a few moments where I wasn't sure if my body could handle coming back. Just when I had the time off, getting back into training, I went, it's not as easy as I remember it, but I've never had time off before, so it didn't take long, and then I was better than I've ever been.
How long after your last fight did you get the itch to compete again?
A little while. The itch is always there. I think the itch will always be there for my whole life. The desire probably came about 6 months after I started training again. It really took over.
Did you still pay attention to the sport and watch it, or did you just have to cut it out completely?
Yeah, but I don't I go through stages where every couple of weeks I'll watch every fight, and then I'll go through a couple of weeks where I don't watch them at all. It's just whatever I'm feeling at the time.
Did you still pay attention to your division and anything? So what do you make of the division since you left and now you have a new champion, all these guys with the new top? What do you make of the division?
Yeah, it's wide open. I do always pay attention to what's happening at light heavyweight, especially. Even if I don't watch it, I just keep tabs on it. It's wide open. There's big opportunities to be had here, and I feel like I'm in a perfect spot to reintroduce myself.
And your opponent, Rodolfo, did you know anything about him, or did it even matter who you got? You kind of wanted to be on the Sydney card.
They asked me to be on the Sydney card. I was prepared to fight anyone, anywhere. And Mick asked if I could wait for Sydney. I said yes. And I'm so glad I did, to be honest. Not having to travel and stuff for a fight, it's real good. But in terms of the opponent, it is what it is. It's going to be a hard fight. I'm looking forward to it.
And then just last one for me. Did you, mentally, are you approaching fighting any differently? Not just the actual athletic part, but doing the media, preparing, mentally preparing to fight. Are you approaching the sport differently from your last run?
For sure, man. I feel like I'm a whole different mindset to what I was. Praise God.
And Jimmy, to your left, what would you be doing if MMA wasn't happening? Obviously, thinking about walking away, did you have to think about what even job you'd do?
Yeah, actually, I did think about that. I sort of realised while I was away that I could do anything I wanted. It was quite a freeing thing. I went and did some concrete, and I went and did some work with my mates, and I thought, this is actually quite easy. This is an easy way to make a living. It's much easier than I thought it would be. I used to work a lot before I got into the UFC too. I'm not scared of a hard day's work. So, to me though, it's just there's so much left undone here. I don't ever want to work for the man again. So, yeah, I'd have a good life with or without this.
Do you feel like you're being written off at 28?
Maybe. I don't care.
Did you have to go through it any differently? Like when you were fighting, did you read comments more and now you don't, or has any of that sort of changed?
Yeah, I don't really read comments. I don't read the negative or the positive because I think both have an effect on you. I'd rather just stay in my own energy and not worry about what other people think or say.
And finally, just can you talk about the reasoning for finding your faith and how that came about?
It was a long road, but basically, before my last fight, I was really felt like Jesus was knocking on my heart, and then everything went the way it did, and you know, everything went the way it did to bring me closer to God. So, yeah, it's a long story, but that's pretty much the gist of it.
Still got a lot of violence in there, or?
Oh yeah. I've everything I penned up on a day-to-day basis is ready to come out.
That's still Old Testament over New?
Hey, Jesus has been known to flip tables, so.
Just over here. Yeah. Obviously, you mentioned about the division being wide open. Obviously, we got Pereira and Micallef going down soon. So who you got in that fight?
Well, it's a tough one. I sort of stopped picking fights. I just like to enjoy them and watch and see what happens. Anything can happen on the day. I think Micallef is the biggest test for Alex at the moment in the division. We'll see what happens. I want to see if Micallef is actually going to use his wrestling, or is he just saying he's going to strike. But I can't pick a winner. I don't really like picking winners and losers in fights, to be honest.
Hey, Jimmy. You've got some training partners on this card. Jake Matthews among them. Islam came out recently saying that he refuses to fight on cards with his teammates now because it kind of distracts him leading up to his fight. Do you kind of feel like that resonates with you as well, or do you don't think it's an issue?
No, Jake Matthews is on this card. I know a lot of boys on this card. You know, we're all on our individual journey. I wish all my training partners success, but me being on this card and me being not on this card has nothing to do with their success. So, you know, that's how I sort of separate it and just focus on my own fight. I say my prayers for all the boys, and it's not in my hands.
And this is your first fight camp, being a man of faith now. Have you kind of found that quite freeing in your preparation and just being able to let things go?
Absolutely. Not even just in fight prep, but in life. You know, it's easy to be alive now.
Thanks.
Jim, just up the back here, mate. This great new perspective that you seem to have on fighting and on life, has it changed anything that you're sort of enjoying about this process of fight week or getting ready for the fight? Is there anything that you maybe didn't want to do before that because of this new perspective you're enjoying a bit more?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm enjoying the whole process, from the weight cut to the media. The two things I used to hate. I used to hate you guys. No, not really. But no, it's 100%. Everything is enjoyable this week, from the weight cut, the media, the sitting in the hotel, to finding stuff to do. It's just really good to be present in the present moment, and I'm back here doing what I love to do, and I've wanted to do since I was 12 years old.
If you could go back and talk to yourself when you were in that tough place, when you decided to walk away from the sport, what would you say to yourself?
Keep going. Not even in the fight game, but just keep going in life. Keep going. It's going to pay off one way or another.
Wait, that's it. Thanks, man.
Get me back here. This is somewhat of an opponent swap for you. It wasn't super short notice, but short enough. Has that affected your preparation in any way?
Yeah, changed the game plan a little bit. I try not to be too rigid in game plan. Obviously, you have to sort of know what your opponent does well and work around it, but it did do something to me when it happened, because I was so... Marcin was a clear path to victory. It was clear. Wrestle him, and I'm gonna win. But this guy's well-rounded, so it sort of threw a spanner in the works. How am I going to beat this guy? What am I going to do differently? But at the end of the day, I just got to focus on myself and be the best that I can be.
Thank you very much.
Hang on, Jimmy. It's good to see you back in good spirits. Do you have an intention, like how active would you like to be this year when it comes to fighting? You're fighting pretty early on in the year in February. Would you like to see another 2 fights or 3 fights? How would you like to see it go?
Yeah, consistency is a key word that I want for this year. I just want to be consistent. I want to stay fit. I want to put myself in the position to take opportunities when they arise. So it's in my hands. I'll just stay consistent. If I could fight 3 or 4 times a year this year, I'd be pretty happy.
Thank you, mate.
Just one more. going off of that, you were pretty vocal that you were kind of burnt out your first run. So how are you going to avoid that this time while you also trying to stay active?
With faith, brother. Thanks, guys.
you chose to wear today?
Well, yeah, I mean, with there was after obviously Trump being re-elected, which is absolutely incredible. I think he's an amazing president, and I've had the privilege of meeting him. And he said this, when with everything going on right now, changes coming, good changes, he's holding people accountable, a lot of countries accountable for everything, and it's amazing to see. And obviously, being a champion, he said he wants champions in his team. So that's why, and he said it on X. Big shout out to fellow South African Elon Musk for also doing the right thing. And like you said, Trump prefers champions.
When you look back at that first fight with Strickland, close fight, right? You felt you won, he felt he won, the way it goes?
No, the judges thought I won.
Right. But do you look back at that fight and think, well, I won it, so I just need to do the same thing again? Or you look back at it and go, I can improve on that performance and I know how to?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's exactly what you said. I did the right things to win that fight. He is going to make adjustments to be better, and I have to do the same thing. It's not that I have to do anything different. I just have to do whatever I've been doing better. I've had a year now to improve upon that performance, cleaner, to be fitter, stronger. In terms of strength, that's not a problem. Just being cleaner, picking the shots better, being more patient. This is not my first UFC title fight anymore. And I know I can push that pace for 5 rounds. So that changes my dynamic, but I'm not going into this fight thinking it's the same fight as the first one. He's going to make the adjustments. He knows what it's like in there with me, just like I know what he's doing and how, his team is incredible. He has an incredibly good coach. Coach Eric is very well respected, and I have the world's respect for him, and I know he's a master at the game plan and figuring it out, but so is my coaches and my team. So, yeah, very similar in fight, because we both now know, and how much could have really changed. It's just about being cleaner and better at everything.
He has this reputation as an awkward sort of striker, with his shoulder rolls and his teeps. Do you think, in a way, fighting him twice gives you a bit of an advantage almost, because you've sort of had those 5 rounds with him to sort of get used to that style?
Yeah, I think it can, but it can also, bite you in the ass. If you think you're fighting a certain style and you're fighting a certain guy and all of a sudden he comes out completely different, that can throw you off too. That's what I said. To think of the second fight the same as the first fight would be the same level as underestimating Sean Strickland, which I'm not doing. I'm expecting the best fighter in the world to show up, just like I've expected the best fighter in the world to show up every single time. Like we saw with Adesanya, when he showed up, I knew I was there to fight the best Adesanya, and everybody said it. He said it. Everybody said he looked incredible. And I went out there to beat the best Adesanya, just like I'm out there to beat the best Strickland that we've ever seen. And his fight style doesn't have any effect on how I fight. I'm going out there to do what I do and do it as the world champion, the best in the world. And he's going to be the best Strickland in the world, and we're going to see whose best is the best.
Speaking about what you do, I feel like every time you fight, there's a commentary on your style. Izzy and Rob recently called it ugly. Dana White says you fight like a white man dances. Do you think your fighting style is ugly?
It's effective. That's what I think.
And then one last one from me. Did the movie Never Back Down inspire you to take up MMA?
Yes, that is 100% true.
Which character do you relate to most in that movie?
The one that gets the hot girl in the end.
I feel like you're kind of the villain, brother. You're like...
I'll take that too. He had the hot girl before that.
Dricus in the front right here. When Islam was preparing for his rematch against Arman, he said it was all business between them, but he kind of viewed that as it annoyed him when people said the first fight was close and tough, when he thought he clearly won, and he wanted to use that rematch as a way to erase all questions. Are you viewing this the same way with Sean on Sunday morning?
Yes and no. Yes, because, in my career, I only have 2 decisions. Both decisions I'm completely happy with, because I could prove to myself, it was my first time going past the 3rd round, and I've had many 5-round fights before that, but going to that 5th round in a war like that proved to myself that I can do it. It's easy to say it and it's easy to do it in a fight camp, doing it in training, but doing it in the octagon is a bit different against a world-class fighter. So I can tick that off the box. Now I want to go in there. For me, that fight, the split decision was the biggest shock to me. I don't think it was a split decision. It was the biggest shock of that whole thing. But it was a great fight. It was a war. You know, if you play the odds like Strickland and having 8 split decisions in your career, you know, a split decision is what you call a coin flip. If you flip that coin 8 times, you're bound to get unlucky a couple of times. You know, he got lucky with the split decision, otherwise we wouldn't be here now. I am very happy that they made this fight. I was asking for this fight up until the Hamzat thing happened, then I would have preferred that fight, but I'm really happy this fight's happening because now I can go and say, we're going to settle this. We're going to put this to bed because, you know, all the Strickland fans that believe he won that fight, I can just go out and you know, put this behind me. Not that it was ever in front of me as a, I have to get that. You know, maybe I did. No, I didn't get lucky. I wasn't gifted a belt. I fought for 5 rounds forward. 23 minutes forward in a 25-minute fight warrants a win. That's the guy who's trying to fight, not the guy who's trying to point. So for me right now, I think Strickland is the best middleweight in the world right now, behind myself. And he deserves to be here. I know he's an incredible, incredible fighter. He's so good defensively. He's tough. He's hard to hit, and when you hit him, it doesn't have that effect as, you know, on normal guys. This man is an apex predator. So this is the toughest fight of my life coming up, and I'm ready for that because I'm an apex predator and he's in my area right now. We're going to go to that dark place from the word get-go and we'll see who comes out. And I can't wait for that because even if this goes to a decision again, it will be an all-out war and there will be no doubt that I'm the best in the world.
Kind of going off of what you said in that, you know, Sean, it's difficult to fight and everything. You know, a lot of people were confused by Paulo Costa's approach to that fight against Sean Strickland. They were surprised at how he wasn't the usual Paulo Costa trying to blitz forward. Do you think that was just more fans are overlooking, like Sean made him do that? Like that was Sean's approach and he's the reason Paulo was kind of out of sorts?
Yeah, absolutely, because you could see that. I mean, Sean, he's a bully fighter. I said it before, he's a bully fighter and, you know, he's been a bully on the mic, but the bully fighter is not a bad thing. What he does is he walks forward and he imposes his game on his opponents, and because the shots aren't that powerful, because it seems unassuming, you just wait and you take a teep and you take a jab and you take a jab and you take a teep and you go backwards and you're waiting for then you miss and you miss and you're going backwards looking for your opening. Before you know it, you've been going backwards for 2 rounds and you're behind on points. Now you have to make it happen, and he kind of forces you, and then the momentum is so far for him that he has it, and then when he fights that way, you're not pushing a pace if you're going backwards. So he's fighting at his pace. He can jab, he can kick, he can jab, he can throw the whole day, he can throw quantity because it's not that hard. That is why he has been so successful in everything he does. That's why he could beat Adesanya the way he did, and that's why he beat Paulo Costa the way he did, because guys realize too late in the fight, listen, this guy is ahead on points right now. And then they have to do something desperate, and then it's too late. So yeah, that is definitely not, the guy is not fighting good. It's all credit to Strickland for doing what he does and imposing his game plan.
And in Perth, I remember after you beat Israel, you walked by media row and you looked at all of us and you said, everyone that picked against me, haha, you look like dumbasses now.
That is factual.
I'm just curious, like, do you pay attention to that? Like the people that do pick against you or have criticisms of you, or is it just like out of sight, out of mind?
No, I don't pay attention to that. I just don't miss anything. I see it, I know it, but it doesn't make any difference to me. It's just fun to make fun of people that picked the wrong side.
And then just last one for me. Obviously, you strike me as someone that, you know, you don't need validation or anything like that from other people, but I'm curious if you heard Kamaru Usman's like recent comments where he said it's no longer the 3 kings, it's the 4 horsemen, because he includes you in the African champions of the UFC. What do you make of those comments? Like, are you happy to hear that? Does it matter? Does something like that matter to you, that you know, a guy that was very pro-Israel, Israel Adesanya saying, you know, it was you versus the three kings, and now he's including you in that group of champions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a massive honor and privilege to be a part of that group. And, you know, if you look at guys like Kamaru, Francis, and Israel, absolute greats in the sport. And now Dricus Du Plessis era, and being part of that group is a massive honor. A massive honor because it's a small portion of very special people, a small percentage of champions. Fighting in the UFC makes you one in millions. Being a champion makes you even more. And being part of that group is something that doesn't mean anything to anybody else, but to me, as an African-born fighter, African-raised, African-residing champion, just like for them, it means the absolute world to be a part of that group.
Because just a quick one, I saw Sean was talking about a headbutt in the first fight and how it impacted the fight. What was your reaction when you saw him sort of saying that was one of the key things that sort of turned things around?
Well, my reaction was it only felt like a headbutt. My right hand is really, really hard. But it wasn't a headbutt. You know, it wasn't a headbutt. There's evidence all over. You can see the video footage, everything is there where the eye is already bleeding before where he shows the headbutt. It was a right hand. I remember it in the fight, seeing it. I remember in the fight I was throwing the right hand and I could see the blood coming from his eye the first time. And I caught him on that exact same eye many times. You can watch that fight back. How many times I caught him on that exact eye. And the blood started pouring. You know, late in the fight, I mean, don't you wrestle with your head? The head was there. I mean, I saw what he showed, but he was already bleeding then, and that was definitely no headbutt. There was rubbing, our heads were rubbing against each other as you would when you wrestle. That's why we have cauliflower ears.
Both of you guys have a lot of respect for each other after the first fight, but you did mention it, you know, he can be a bully in the octagon, he can sometimes be a bully on the mic. What are you expecting from this press conference tomorrow, now that you guys have shared the ring together for 5 rounds? Do you imagine it might actually be more respectful than what people might be thinking?
I think there's so much mutual respect between me and Strickland, well, at least from my side. I have all the respect in the world for the man. He's an absolute warrior. He's an incredible, incredible fighter. I think he's proven that. You know, in the beginning, when he beat Israel Adesanya, he got his title shot by fluke. He was the number 7 ranked guy. There was nobody else. He stepped up. He was never supposed to be there, and he proved that he belonged there. And after I fought him, I went, wow, he's a lot better than I thought. He is as good as, you know, the papers say. He's deserving of this title shot. I can't believe he hasn't had it earlier. He is an incredibly good fighter. And I just know I'm better. So the respect is there, and especially after sharing such a war with somebody, the respect is there, especially from my side. I know what it takes to get in there and to go what I went through and what he went through. And now we are competing, and there is respect, but there's not a person in front of me. It's something in my way, and like I said, you can be the nicest guy. I don't care if it's more respect, less respect. He can be the biggest asshole to me. He can be the nicest guy. It makes no difference on what happens fight night. But in the lead up, I would assume it's going to be a bit more humane this time around. But if not, I'm ready for anything.
Last question from me. We saw in Embedded you're quite talented musically. Are we getting the guitar out of the open workouts, doing an unplugged Dricus Du Plessis acoustic performance for Sydney today?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Dricus, people talk in MMA about fighter IQ a lot, but the regular IQ you showed with your proposal tactic, having your fiance organize the party for you, is genius. But from the moment you knew you wanted to marry her, did you start coming up in your mind how you wanted to propose, and what was the ideal way you wanted to do it?
Well, I mean, it's not about me that moment. It's about the fiance, I would assume. I think that is how it should be. And she never said how she wants it. I just knew she would like her family there. I knew I would like my family there. And some of our close friends, ever since, like, it can't just be her family. And I knew that was something she would want. And when I started thinking about it, her family was away, my family was away because it was the holidays when I wanted to do it. And I said, wait, on my birthday, she wouldn't expect anything, and she's going to arrange everything. And wouldn't it be weird to have all our family, the whole family, my family and her family there, also having our friends there? It's not going to be weird. And the photographer, everything ready. It's not going to be suspect at all. And if she doesn't like anything, she arranged it. It's not on me. And the plan worked out great. It was great. I was more nervous for that than I thought, whatever, I'm just going to do it. Didn't think about it. Thought on the night, just going to go with it. I'm going to say this and this. Didn't say anything. I was mumbling some random shit. I don't know what I was saying. And then the ring box got stuck in my pocket. I should have taken it out thinking about it because I have big hands and my hand got stuck in the pocket. Well, she said yes at the end. Well, when I was so nervous when we got up and I put the ring on, I asked her, did you say yes? I didn't even see if she said yes. But I'm glad she said yes.
And I guess the bonus is it's a date that's easy to remember now as well.
Easy money. Easy.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Dricus back here. In Sydney in Perth before your fight with Israel, I asked you about I felt a lack of respect you got as a champion, and you said you don't fight to appease people on the internet. And while I know that hasn't changed, do you feel you get more respect coming off your last victory?
I always feel the respect. I don't even pay attention to the disrespect. I don't. I can tell you this. I read it. I laugh. Sometimes I have an off hour and I go on X and reply some random people. I don't even know if they are somebody, and just read it. Go, oh, great. I can dish out some banter. Other fighters, if I have time, if I have an extra hour sitting on the couch, and I go, cool, let's banter, and then I'm not paying attention again for like a week or two, and when I have an off hour, I'll go on and have that. That's how I approach any disrespect. I mean, it's the disrespect. I don't even. It's like water off a duck's back. For me, the respect is the respect I see, the appreciation I see, and the love and support I see, and that's my fuel. I don't get to, the disrespect doesn't fuel me more or less. I don't care. The respect and the love I get from people, and the people that believe in me and want me to succeed, that motivates me to go out there and prove them right.
Apologies for stepping on your answer there. You started this press conference by saying this is not your first title fight. It's something that's now beginning to be more familiar to you. What are the biggest changes that you've felt when you look at the man who challenged for the title to the champion who sits in front of us today? How are you different?
The biggest difference for me in mentality is when I show up to that gym every day, I need to be the example of a world champion. There's guys looking up to me every single day, guys chasing the same dream as I had when I was in that same spot. I'm training on the same mats with the same people, same coaches, in the same building. Yeah, I rock up in a nicer car, for sure. But I am motivating every single person there because I was once the same as that just a couple of years ago. I was a year and a half ago. I was the same guy chasing the dream they are chasing. And I need to be the example that this is what it takes. You can have this, no matter where you're from, no matter how hard it seems, how far it seems. One opportunity, and you got it. And I need to get in there every day and prove out of the octagon and out of the gym and inside the gym what it takes to be a world champion. That's the biggest change, is the responsibility that came with being a champion, and inspiring, because right now I'm at the top of this sport. So everybody looking at me in that gym, my training partners, to show them you can also have this, but you better know this is what it's going to take. Be there first. Train the hardest during the session and do everything. It's the small things that add up. At the top, everybody is so good. Anything can happen at any time. But how much time do you spend on your warm-up, your cool-down, nutrition. When are you there? When you can't train, when you're taking, are you still there? It's such small things. How much time do you spend on recovery? All those things adds up to what makes a world champion. How do you approach media? How do you approach your public image? And also showing them that you can still be a human. You can still be the normal person you have to be. You can't just go, okay, I'm world champion right now. Now I have to behave in a certain way and be all. No, I'm a human. I make mistakes and I just live my life. There's just more people filming it right now. And yeah, mistakes I'll make. That's part of life. I'm never going to be sorry for that. I will say sorry for the mistake, but don't tell me you don't make those mistakes, or everybody makes mistakes. It's part of it. So live your life and remember, the most important things were there before you became world champion. The most important things in my life, my team, my family, my friends, my circle, that were there before all of this. That is what's important. Never think the fans, the spotlight, or any of that is more important. So if I'm saying that, the good stuff media says, the good stuff everybody says, it's not more important than what your family and your friends think of you. And the bad things they say is definitely not more important than what your family and friends think of you. And once you have that, you'll always be happy and you'll always be in a good space. I can have everything in the world. Without them, without the people that make my life worthwhile, nothing else matters.
Very much.
How you going, Dricus? Good to see you again, mate. Congratulations on your engagement.
Thank you.
I recently listened to your podcast with Mighty Mouse. It was awesome. What really interested me was your take on wanting to, stamp your legacy in the middleweight division, not move weight classes, at least not in the near future. Could you go into a bit of that now? Like, there's so much talk about other champions wanting to move, Ilia Topuria, Islam Makhachev. Why do you have a different take, those champions?
Yeah, I think, when the time is right, the time is right. I think if there's nothing left, yeah, the move is there. I 100% agree with that. If Robert Whittaker would have beaten Hamzat, would have changed my opinion. If, not that I said I wouldn't have taken that fight, but then we have a case. If you start doing a rematch now and then another rematch, that's when it becomes dodgy in terms of, do I still need to be in this weight division? But if you look at the middleweights now, I said at least 3 times defending my title before going up. This is my second one. But look what happened with Imamov just now. How the middleweight picture changed in the last year. The whole top, from the rankings from 1 to 5 completely changed. Izzy and Rob being at the top for how many years has gone to 4 and 5. You have Imamov at 2, Strickland at 1, Hamzat somewhere, and you have Bahal coming up. You have these guys coming through the ranks, a complete new era of fighters, and I'm part of that era. And it's amazing for me to lead that era and in the middleweight division. And before I want to move up, I want it to be clear that I am the greatest middleweight on this planet.
Very interesting. You were mentioning a lot of those top-ranked middleweights. You have Sean Strickland training with Kai Bahayo, Rob Whittaker training with Israel. You say you want to train with either Rob or Israel or both of them. Do you find it interesting that so many in the top 10 of that division are training with each other, even though they're meant to be competitors?
Yeah, I guess I'm not training with anybody in the top 10. Lucky for me, I just think with Rob and Izzy, it's a different dynamic. Right now, they know trajectory-wise, they'll never fight each other again. And yeah, Rob can, at his age, can make another run for it. I think he has another run left in him, 100%. And for Izzy, I don't think there's another title run. With all due respect, I think his legacy is cemented and will always be there. And whatever he feels like doing, he can do. I put him in the same category as Anderson Silva at this stage of lose as many fights as you want. You'll always have your legacy. Anderson Silva, when his reign ended, I don't care how many times he lost, he was still my GOAT. He was still the greatest middleweight of all time. And I feel Izzy is in that area, where whatever he decides to do, take super fights here, there, if you want to, if you still have the passion for it. If you've lost the passion, you have the money, you have everything, don't do it anymore. You don't have to take any more trauma, you don't have to put yourself through that. But if you want to do it, go for it. Nothing he can do can tarnish that legacy that he's already built. So that's a different scenario. I think Kyle and you know, especially at Extreme Couture, there's a lot of guys coming in and out because it's in Vegas. A lot of guys joining the PI. I guess that's a mutual agreement they have. Okay, cool. We train together now, but if the fight comes, we're doing it, and I can respect that.
And one last one from me. After USC, you've become a world champion, of course. Is your intention to become a champion in oval racing as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Just one quick here, Dricus. Last time in Perth, you had quite a good support base with the Springboks playing the night before. I'm just wondering what you're expecting this time in Sydney.
Well, maybe also support. I mean, everybody was angry because the Springboks is giving the Wallabies such a hiding. So I guess that's why they were booing me so much. But so this time that's not happening. So I guess maybe I'll get some more love. Now, all jokes. But yeah, I think there's also quite a South African community here in Sydney, but not like in Perth. But yeah, I guess so. I think with the familiarity of it, you know, Strickland has fought here, so he has a lot of fans all over, and you know, I've fought here in August, so it's a familiar face. So you know, maybe I have more fans, maybe more boos. At the end of the day, there'll be more noise, and I love it.
Is this sort of becoming like a second home for you, Australia? Second fight in a row?
Well, after the traffic I just experienced, no. I'm not living here. But Sydney is incredible. It's a very, very different place to Perth. Perth was amazing too. The crowd, though, is going to have to step it up in Sydney because that Perth crowd was the craziest crowd I've ever fought in front of it. It was just the sound in that place was the atmosphere in there was insane. So yeah, Sydney's going to need to step it up on that, but the place is incredible. You know, definitely a destination where I would spend more time, 100%.
If you don't mind, Dricus, can I just get one in right at the end here, mate? Mate, is there something about Australia that you've found since you've been here that is completely unique to Australia that you just never would have seen back home or anywhere else?
Okay, I can't say that. My mom would beat me if I said that. Yeah, like mullets and mustaches has really made a comeback here. And I love it. I think it looks amazing. It's going to take me a while to grow a mullet. I did the mustache last time. So, yeah, that is very unique in Australia. Like, everybody has it. It's great. I like it. And, geez, the traffic laws are insane. It's the slowest driving I've ever seen in my life. That's very unique. It's really, the car scene is incredible, but I'm just wondering, what do you do with such a fast car? Where do you take it? What do you do? Because, I mean, I'll just get the slowest car I can. Otherwise, I'll just have speed fines all the time. So that was very unique. And I have to say this, in terms of the culinary experience, it's the food that's the closest to South Africa, especially like Sydney and Cape Town is basically one in the same place. It's Cape Town is incredible, and Sydney, it's also waterfront. The food scene in Australia, the food here, the quality of food, quality of meat, especially steaks and your red meat, it's very similar to South Africa. My good friend Jackson, he actually told me that, and when he came to South Africa, I said South Africa has the best food. He went to South Africa and he said, okay, I see what you mean, but Australia also has a great food scene. And when I came to Australia, I have to agree, like, Australia is the one place on earth that competes with South Africa when it comes to good food.
Thanks, mate.
And that's it. Thank you, guys.